You can now keep in touch by liking JewelleryMaker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Tune in to Designer Inspiration on Wednesday the 13th of August for our last ever Jewel Enamel show. All stock must go, so we'll be doing some crazy low prices. Make sure you don't miss it because this time you really will miss out.
Good evening and welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed and all I can say is thank you very much for joining us, but don't panic because we're going to make it worth your while. We've got so many treats this evening, it's a little bit ridiculous. I've got to show you these. I'm absolutely bowled over by this particular strand of Smokey quartz, and it's basically because of the lapidary work. They've been carved into little roses. Well, that's the way I'm certainly seeing them, as little roses. And I think these are going to be perfect for so many different designs because, of course, floral motifs are very popular, but you've got this very versatile colour tone. The chocolate browns of the Smokey quartz tends to sit very well in lots of different designs. And actually, I think it would be a great accent gemstone for our superstar buy coming up at the end of the show, which are, well, effectively a strand of golden tiger's eye pendants. That's the way I'm seeing them. They are sizable. And the chatoyancy is incredible because of the way they've been polished. Absolutely fantastic. It moves across the surface of each tiger's eye in a different direction, so you get a very individual finish from each gemstone. So those are coming up at the end of the show. The Smokey quartz, I believe, is also towards the end of the show. Around about 8 PM, I think we're bringing the Smokey quartz. Tiger's eye around about 8:45. And this particular bundle of Pyrite, I believe, is going to be very, very popular. The reason that I'm making everybody aware of this particular bundle is that I think it's going to be a sellout. We only actually have 40 available of this particular Pyrite bundle. And you get 5 strands of Pyrite here, probably 5 of our most popular colour tones. So that's coming up later in the show as well, but as I say, limited availability. We are going to basically aim to find you and add it to your order price here this evening on the Late Show. So if you've already got your order up and running, if you've paid your $2.95 for today, then you can add as many items to your order as you wish, and you're only ever going to pay that 1 P&P. So here on the Late Show, we try to give you the best value of the day, the lowest possible prices for each and every gemstone strand or bundle, and therefore you can make the most of that 1 P&P per day offer. Of course, you also get a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk involved with anything that you buy from us here at Jewellery Maker. Get it home, see us in the flesh, and make an informed decision. If you're not happy, send it straight back to us. We are going to kick off with a bit of a special deal. Am I right in saying it's the cords? Here we go then, because you've basically got different colour schemes with this bundle. And you've also got different materials and finishes to each cord. So you've got this sort of amethyst purple in the suedette. Then you've got the satin cord in, I suppose, the amethyst purple and the lavender tone. Then you've got the satin cord in your gold, your black and your white. So very traditional colour tones. And then you've got the wax cord in your sky blue and your royal blue, and the suedette in the sort of sky blue. That was a cross between sky blue and turquoise. I was going to say they're kind of sky blue, kind of turquoise because of the glitter on the suedette, also known as sky blue apparently. So there you go. And I will just say that you get 10 meters on each of the satin cords and also on the wax cords, and you get 5 meters on the suedette cords because of course it's much thicker. So yes, so you get 5 meters of the suedette, 10 meters of all the satin, the wax cord. So that is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 meters of cord in total. Very, very useful colour tones, and actually I like the way they've actually been set out in their little colour schemes here. So you've got the blues, you've got the traditional sort of monochrome effect, and then you've got the sort of amethyst spectrum, if you like. All available this evening for a ridiculous price point, but as ever we only have a limited number available on this particular bundle. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number or click to buy now on JewelleryMaker.com. Now, currently, if you were to buy this particular 80 meters of cord, which is actually 9 different selections of cord, it will be $14.85. We have got a very significant saving for you. Now, I will say we have got treble figures of availability on this particular bundle. It's just that the cords are so popular because, of course, so many jewellery makers adopting a lot of the braiding techniques and trying to incorporate different mediums into their designs. I still don't think there's going to be enough to go around. Currently, $14.85. And this is effectively going to be, well, it's better than half price in terms of a deal. Taking it under £7, is that correct? $6.95 for 90 meters. I was saying that recently I went to an independent craft store and the cords, threads and ribbons that they offered there were £1.30 per meter. So if you were to try and invest in all of this from those particular independent craft stores, then you'd be paying, well, this part of £100, I suppose. But this evening you can get it from Jewellery Maker at a wholesale price of $6.95. Ridiculous value. I mean, at $14.85, we're fairly confident that we're offering you the best value on the market, because they're normally $4.95 each, which, as I say, already takes it down to less than 50p a metre. But I'm not even going to do the maths on this one. Well, I suppose it's quite easy actually, because you've got nearly 90, so you're talking about 7.5, 8p, something like that. You do it on a calculator for me. Producer Liam, he's the brains behind the outfit. Oh no. That makes me the face of proceedings. That can't be good. 90p though. In 90 metres you've got. 80 metres you've got. Sorry, I've misunderstood. I've rounded up, haven't I? I'm silly. So it's still only 8.5p per metre. Pretty impressive when you can pay over £1 elsewhere. I think you did some research online after I said that last time, when you got it down to about, was it 75p a metre from an online supplier? Yeah, so, you know, we share all of this information with you. That's our job, because here at Jewellery Maker, we like to make you as informed as possible, share as much industry information as we can, and anytime we do research, we like to share that. And yeah, so I think you got it down to about 75p per metre, but here we're talking about 8.5p per metre, so that's pretty impressive value. Well, and that has meant that there's been a huge influx of buyers on both the free phone number and on the website JewelleryMaker.com. People multi-buying this one, left, right and centre, so as I say, we are approaching around about half the stock being allocated. I still think this could end up being a sellout. Of course, this bundle will only be available for 60 minutes online, or of course, if you dial the free phone number, you're going to come through to a member of our award-winning help team, and until the 60 minutes is counted down, they will add this to your order while there's stock remaining. At $6.95 for 80 metres, let me make that clear, because I might have confused a few people there by being a moron. 80 metres of cord for $6.95. The reason for that is that the suedette cord offers you 5 metres on each reel, because it's a thicker gauge of cord, if you like. $6.95 for 80 meters in total. If you have placed this in your basket, I would advise that you check out to avoid disappointment, because I've got probably about 20 people have placed in the baskets, and if we get phone buyers that come through that want to add it to their order, then of course you could miss out on your cord bundle. Don't run the risk. Check out right now to avoid disappointment. $6.95, and we're going to leave that one with you, because coming up in just 20 minutes time we've got another star buy for you. Gorgeous sunny holiday sort of tropical colour tones here. You've got the sunshine yellows, you've got the sort of swimming pool blues, as well as those tropical blues there. So that's coming up in less than 20 minutes. Not long to wait at all before we bring you another star buy deal there. We're going to move on though. Oh, we're moving straight into a bit of clearance. This is the best way to take advantage of the value that we offer here at JewelleryMaker, because you're going to get a little bit lower than you should, I suppose. Now, the way that we offer you this kind of value is by bundling together a selection of our gemstone strands from our website. And whenever we create a wholesale bundle, it means that we can give you a unique discount deal. Now, the graphics are gone, and that's actually quite useful, because it gives us a little bit of a chance to talk about the gemstone we're looking at here. Gorgeous citrine. This is going to be a double deal, so you are going to get incredible value. As I say, all of the deals from us here at JewelleryMaker are designed to offer you the best value on the market, but because we've taken two strands and bundled them together, we can afford to give you a bit of a discount deal here. Now, citrine is November's birthstone, and I almost feel like it's a bit of a bonus for November babies, because of course often when you wake up in November, if you live in the UK I should say, you're going to wake up, it's going to be sort of rainy, drizzly, frosty, and it might be that putting a piece of birthstone jewellery on just gives you that little bit of a lift. We talked about it before, and we read this report about the way that colours affect people's, I suppose, attitude towards the day, and the psychological effects of different colours. And yellow was thought to promote positivity and be an uplifting colour tone. You can understand that, really, can't you? Because it's very, well, it's a sunshine colour, isn't it? Of course. And so I suppose if you are investing in birthstone jewellery as a November baby, citrine's the perfect gemstone for you. Of course, it does share the month with the gemstone topaz, but I think citrine is probably more notable as the birthstone. For that, of course, we know topaz is very, very well known. Maybe you want to match this up with some topaz and give somebody a real birthstone treat. And the really interesting thing about this particular strand, not only does it come from our Gems of Distinction range, but also very distinctive cut here. You've got your triangular prisms, and I see a lot of these sort of sharp, dynamic angles being used in current fashion jewellery trends. And so this allows you to work in quite a contemporary fashion. And when we are thinking about the opportunities that a gemstone offers you as a designer, we're looking for scope, I suppose. We're looking for potential, because of course you don't really want to be recreating somebody else's design. You want to be coming up with your own interpretation of the gemstone. You want to be expressing your own personality in your jewellery, and that's pretty much what I think the design process is all about. When you are making jewellery, it's about expressing yourself but still creating something luxurious. And if you're working with gemstones of this quality, you can be rest assured that's exactly what you're doing, especially because of the slight colour zoning that you're going to find on these strands of citrine. These variations in the colour saturation are going to add to your designs, because you've got a different look on each and every gemstone. On one, you're going to have these rich golden tones, on others you're going to have a sort of champagne hue. So you've got those subtle variations across that colour spectrum because of the zoning, and that gives you opportunities as a designer. One of the really key things about these top drilled gemstones is that they're often used as petals in floral motifs for wire workers, for example, or maybe Sam's got a suggestion.
Like a little bit of Bollywood design.
Of course, Gemma was doing some Bollywood designs today.
Nice dangle in the middle.
I like it. That would work perfectly. I like that because I just started saying, didn't I, that we should think more outside the box when we're considering bridal jewellery, and they're obviously watching me because they used it as a theme on today's show. No, I'm joking. I think everybody's realising that there is quite a big market in that sort of theme of jewellery making. And so yeah, some of Gemma's designs earlier today were fantastic. These would certainly fit into that because you've got that sort of droplet style from the cut, and I love the irregularity in the cuts as well, because often when you see a distinctive cut like a prism, they're very uniformed. These have subtle variations, not just in the size but in the shape as well, so you can see that the lapidus has cut these for beauty rather than to create a uniformed prism, giving you the maximum carat weight. Of course, you've got a minimum of 80 carats on both strands here. And the gemstones themselves range in size from 11 by 6 to 13 by 7. And normally, if you to invest in these gems of distinction strands, that's our elite range of gemstones, they'd be $9.95 each. So normally you'd have to pay $19.90 for the clearance price point, and that's the price point that you can see if you are shopping from us on JewelleryMaker.com. I will just say we've had a slight gremlin in the system. The graphics will return to us shortly. Shall we tell everybody the price point so they can add them to their basket anyway? It's going to be a case of buy one, get one for £2. $11.95 is the clearance deal on your double trouble deal of citrine this evening. So November's birthstone, I know lots of people are now planning their winter craft fairs, and so it might be an idea to stock up on November's birthstone. If it's something that you're interested in, then dial that free phone number. It's 0800 644 655. Alternatively, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, don't panic. If you place it in your basket now at $19.90, everyone is going to pay the same final low price of $11.95 this evening. So I would advise people to get involved with this particular deal. And yeah, so Sam's just handing me back some of the cords that we brought you in our initial deal at starter for £5, and they're so complementary, aren't they? The blues and the golds go together naturally. The citrine gives this an extra lift for me. Again, I think it's because of the variations in the colour tone, because you've got those little zones of sort of clarity, then you get that richer saturation of those sort of buttercup or daffodil yellows. Absolutely fantastic, especially because of that shape. I mean, you could technically just take one of these, put it on a piece of cord, and that could be a perfectly sellable design, particularly when you're working with a gemstone that people are so aware of, like citrine. It's another gemstone that not only is it sort of rising in awareness because it's a birthstone, but also because of its use by some of the biggest designers in the world. Citrine offering you that little pop of sort of sunshine yellow, but here, as I say, you've got the variations, so you've got a little more design scope, and here you go, the graphics are on screen. Normally 2 gems of distinction strands of citrine would set you at $19.90, but this evening we're taking it down to buy one, get one for £2, down to $11.95, and that means that you get 160 carats of citrine for just £12. Very, very impressive. And as I say, if you did get hold of the cord bundle that we launched the show with, then it's the perfect combination, because you've actually got cords that will accompany the gemstones rather beautifully. Those were our initial deal. There is still some stock available on our website, and right now you can add 2 strands of citrine to your order for a clearance price of $11.95. Now, the only problem with this, well, there's 2 problems with this bundle. Not enough and not enough. They're the two problems, basically. We're not going to have enough to go round for all the jewellery makers that are going to want to get hold of this quality of sapphire at the price we can offer you this evening. And you can see the unbelievable finish you've got on these faceted sapphires. They are sparkling beautifully. And then you've got this gorgeous colour variation, and I've just noticed, is this the strand that I was talking about last week? Basically, you've got a row of purple sapphires here. On both strands it appears as well. So that makes me think everybody's going to get hold of it. Purple sapphires, one of the rarest colour tones available in this gemstone. You can see here. I'll just try and isolate the purple ones there. Look at those. Purple sapphires. Pay a pretty penny to get hold of a purple sapphire if you were to buy it in the open industry. You've also got these canary sapphires. You've got sort of pink sapphires, but they range almost into padaparacha colours. Forest greens, lime greens, and canary sapphires as well. So it's fantastic variation of colours, but for me it's all about the quality of the gemstones themselves. You can see from the way they've been faceted, the way they're sparkling, that you are not going to be disappointed. The good thing about doing a double deal on any of our collector's edition strands like this is that we know there's a lot of people out there who do rely on this particular range from JewelleryMaker to actually create their own personal gemstone collection, but of course then you've got that sort of inner turmoil of not being able to create any jewellery with it. So if you're getting a double deal, you get an amazing value. You've got one to keep in your collection and one to create a beautiful piece of potentially birthstone jewellery for next month. Sapphire is September's birthstone, so again, maybe you want to use this to create your showcase piece for next month's craft fairs, I should say. Now, normally, if you were to invest in these two strands together, it would be $99.90, so $49.95 is the regular price. So should be £50 per strand, but this evening, buy one, get one for £15. Whoa. You know what you could do? Is this naughty? If you sort of team up with somebody, normally one strand is $49.95. You could both sort of share the cost of this particular strand, and then you can share the cost of the P&P as well, and that takes it down to $32.50 for a strand of absolutely top quality sapphires. Are certainly the best quality that we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker. In my experience, these are just incredible because the sparkle that you've got from these sapphires is reminiscent of, say, like a coloured diamond, for example. I mean, how much would you have to pay for an orange diamond? Doesn't even bear thinking about. Or a canary diamond. It's ridiculous. But to get two full strands of sapphires for $64.95, that's seriously impressive, isn't it? Because you've got 40 carats here. And we know that a lot of our customers have bought the high-end gemstone strands when they have found the nerve, I suppose, to create pieces of jewellery from. They've had a very, very impressive valuation. Some people having valuations of £200 for their necklaces. One lady working with emerald, was it emerald tanzanite and ruby? A valuation of over £500. And I have to say that these sapphires are probably higher quality than any of the strands that our customers working with, maybe. Fantastic saving and amazing quality of gemstones there. Probably one for the collectors, but as I say, it might be that this is quite a thrifty way to invest in one of the big four and next month's birthday, because maybe you want to half the deal with a fellow jewellery maker. It's quite a good idea. I'm going to move on though, and we're going to bring you this coated quartz. I'm going to show one at a time because the strands are so large, the gemstones are so significant. They're identical to one another. They're the rainbow coated colour quartz. So these are top drilled pear drops, faceted And it's quite a traditional faceting, so you get that gorgeous sparkle, once again that play of light on the surface of the gemstone, and that's going to work here because you've got that clarity, and then of course as the light moves across the surface of the gemstone, you got the benefit of that rainbow coating. That's our attempt at enhancing Mother Nature's work by giving you this little swirl of colour on the surface of a gemstone. Purples, blues, greens, golden tones, apricot colours as well. And you don't just get one. You get two of these. Now normally this would be $19.90 once again. Gems of Distinction strands, that should be $9.95 a piece. But this evening we're going to give you a very special deal. Buy one, get one for £2. Normally it would be £10 per strand, but tonight you can have both of them to your order for $11.95. Once again, you've got a huge carat weight here, 195 carats of rainbow coated quartz here. If you are looking at the details online, it might say that these are heart shaped, but they're not. You can see there from the details, they're faceted drops. And just in case the details online at any point say they're hearts, I think it must be either a generic classification. Oh, okay, cool. It's just on there then. There you go, you see. So they classified it incorrectly, but the auditing team or the buying team already erased that and corrected it. So well done. $11.95 for the clearance deal on these two strands from our Gems of Distinction range. And I think these will fit into a lot of people's designs because, of course, you've got the clarity, but you've also got the colour play, so you can't go wrong with those. Oh, sorry, we're going to move on. I'm going to bring you one more deal. This time, a detailed finding. Now, you should normally get 5, but this evening you're going to get 10. I'm just going to pick one up with some tweezers if that's okay. Can't get them out of the box. They're quite delicate, but actually, once you set them into your design, I think they're going to make a huge impact because they're such a distinctive shape. You've got basically a little flower bead, but you've got it in gold flash sterling silver, so high end on top of high end here. I love that level of detailing. Unfortunately, we only have a limited number available. They're 7mm in size. Normally you get 5, but this evening you get 10. They add so much character to your designs because of the detailing on the surface of the bead. And of course, actually to get hold of metallic beads can be quite expensive from other suppliers, particularly if you're trying to invest in, well, precious or semi-precious metals. Here, you've got your sterling silver as your base metal, and then you've got your gold flash coating on top. Currently, if you were to invest in 10 of these flower beads, it would take back $17.90. And my producer did have an intended price slash, but he's just told me he's going to go a little bit lower than the intended price. What can I say? He's a law unto himself, young Liam. Whoa, it's a serious price reduction. Unfortunately, we've only got single figures of availability remaining in stock on this particular bundle. Some people were coming through early on, even when they could see the price point of $17.90. Obviously quite astute buyers, aware of the fact that, well, gold and gold-plated sterling silver is hard to come by. So if you get an opportunity to invest in these kind of items, $6.95 is your price point this evening. I can't believe that. That's a serious price reduction, isn't it? So normally, that's better than the price you'd normally pay for one pack, isn't it? Should be $8.45, something like that. So normally one pack would be $8.45, but tonight you get 2 packs for $6.95. I don't even think my producer realised that. He's saying, yeah, actually, can you wrap it up? Can we get it off screen? Okay, let's do that. Let's move on because we are now going to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for a star buy, and on this occasion it is going to be a wholesale bundle. So we've taken 3 gemstone strands, normally available individually on our website. We've bundled them together to create a unique discount code that will provide you with a wholesale price point. And these are going to be popular, I believe, because, well, they're perfect rounds. You've got faceted rounds, you've got plain rounds, but you've got a uniform size and 3 of our most popular sizes, in fact. Here, this has been classified as orange quartz, but I've got to say, I mean, it's yellow, isn't it? Yeah, I think everybody's concurring with me there, yeah. It's a rich sort of buttercup yellow. So, yes, orange was the title of it, but I'm pretty sure, just to make sure everybody knows what they're getting hold of, it is yellow. These are 6mm rounds, so those are very, very popular. Whether it's your classic beading designs or your macrame looks, 6mm plain rounds, definitely in demand at the moment here at Jewellery Maker. I love this combination. It's almost a sort of Amazonite green, actually. Now these are actually blue quartz. They're plain rounds, 12mm in size, very, very tactile, gorgeous feel to them and finish because of the way they've been polished. But yes, it's almost a sort of Amazonite tone, I think, just to give people an idea of that sort of pastel green, that sort of fresh. It's somewhere between a sort of tropical green and a sky blue, just to get the colour tone across to you. And then you've got the faceted rounds in your 4mm size there on your blue agate. Gorgeous colour tone here. And I think the 4mm rounds are popular because, of course, they're synonymous with your soutache designs and your bead loom. Anything, I suppose, that requires a slightly more intricate cut, something that's going to be an accent gemstone that's going to sit alongside a focal point or a showcase gemstone, and it's got to add to the design without stealing focus. And I think these definitely fit the bill for that. 4mm faceted rounds of blue agate, a gorgeous colour combination, particularly if maybe you're putting together maybe holiday jewellery or jewellery designs for a festival, because they are quite funky sort of primary colour tones, your blues and your yellows. And of course we're going to offer you a huge saving because this is a star buy bundle. Here we go. Gary the Gremlin's decided we can have the price. $7.95 for 3 strands of gemstones. I was saying last weekend when I was doing the Designer Inspiration show that when I used to be the manager of the channel, I used to get in trouble because we used to take 3 strand packs to $9.95, and it used to make the phone lines collapse because so many, I suppose, savvy jewellery maker buyers were coming through on the phone lines. We didn't have the same capacity we have these days because we have obviously expanded as a business. But yeah, $9.95 for 3 strands used to be pretty much the best value we could ever provide you with. Now, as part of a star buy bundle, we've taken 3 strands down to $7.95. Perfect for your holiday designs, or of course, just to give your personal gemstone stash a little bit of a colour injection. Maybe you're looking for some more colourful gemstones to inspire you. We'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Of course, coming up in 25 minutes, another star buy opportunity, so another deal not to be missed, and we'll show you exactly what we've got coming up because it's a brand new strand of graduated blue agate. I mean, it's just gorgeous. The range in sizes is from 6mm up to 16mm in size, so quite significant graduation in the sizes there. And we know that the graduated strands tend to be very popular because they almost provide you with a bit of design in themselves, don't they? Those are coming up in about 20 minutes time, not long to wait. Okay, here we go. This is going to prove to be very, very popular. I think it could end up being a sellout deal. But the problem is there's not going to be enough to go around. We've only got 20 of this particular bundle available. It actually offers you over 1,400 carats of labradorite cabochons, which can't go wrong, can you? And I love the variation in the shapes and the sizes. Look at this. Oh, that is a ring. That is a definite ring design. Can you imagine just using some 1mm wire to create a claw or prong setting this sizable labradorite cabochon into your ring design? I should just show you there is lots and lots of labradorescence in each and every gemstone. So this is your little rectangular shape. Oh, of course, that could make a rather gorgeous pendant as well. You've got circles, quite traditional looks, I suppose. You've got the ovals, teardrops. Love that. Look at that labradorescence there, fantastic. So there's a lot going on here. In fact, I'll tell you what, we'll put all the shapes here so we can show you all the individual shapes. So you've got the broad pear drops, and you've got the elongated pear drops. You've got the ovals. Oh, look at this. Reminiscent of a heart shape. Hasn't quite got the indentation, but it's not like a usual drop. It's a bit broader. You've got the rectangles. What else have we got here? Am I missing anything out? All circles. As part of this particular bundle, and it may vary ever so slightly, you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 39 individual labradorite cabochons. I mean, if you are a wire worker or a soutache designer, I hope you're dialing the free phone number. I hope you're putting yourself to the front of the queue, because we only have 20 of these remaining in stock, and you do get 1,480 carats of labradorite. Half the stock's already been allocated. Please make sure you're dialing that free phone number if you want to get involved with this deal. It's hugely impressive, and I've been sort of focusing on the variation in the shapes, but just have a look at the labradorescence itself. Hugely impressive. This is what makes labradorite so popular as semi-precious gemstone, and it's this optical phenomenon which is created by the different elements that are layered up inside the gemstone, and when that light is sort of bouncing around inside, it creates this gorgeous effect which probably creates more of a visual impact than other optical tones from gemstones. If you think like rainbow moonstone, it's quite subtle, and you get those very subtle flashes of electric blue. Here, it's right at the forefront of the gemstone. It's almost, I don't really like this phrase, but it's a bit sort of in your face really, isn't it? But I think that's what people are looking for when they're investing in bespoke jewellery designs. Do you mind if I just show this, Director Bruce? Because I think we've had these on the show once before, and we offered them as a challenge to our designer and created this array of gorgeous wirework pendants. And if you are a wire worker, these tend to be sort of go-to design, don't they? The wrapped pendants. I know that one of our experts, Laura, who's actually here today running a workshop, teaching everybody how to make these kind of designs, she gives herself sort of travel challenges. So when she's on the train, she says by the time she gets to the studio, she has to have created a certain design. Those will be a thing of the past soon, because Laura, we should all congratulate Laura really, because she passed her driving theory test this week, so it won't be long before she's driving to the studios, and we won't get to the enjoyment of her train challenges for much longer. There you go. I have to warn you, 3/4 of the stock has now been allocated. Oh, I forgot we hadn't even brought the price. I'm sorry, my producer did tell me. Once I get some labradorite in my hand, you can understand why I get so easily distracted. That is absolutely phenomenal. That kind of carat weight for $34.95. Something doesn't add up there. When you think on an average strand of labradorite, let's say there's 50 carats, and it could be what? Say $9.95, $14.95 maybe, from a Gems of Distinction range certainly. So let's say faceted drops from the Gems of Distinction range of Labradorite, you're going to get about 50 carats for $14.95. Today you can get 1,480 carats for $34.95. That's unbelievable. That is a genuine wholesale deal. Now, some people may be sitting there thinking, well, how do you manage it, Ed? How is this achievable for you? Basically, it's because of the unique way that we work here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, and that includes our sister channels, Gems TV, Rocks TV, at Broadcast to America. Basically, what we do is we cut out the middlemen, we go directly to the mine owners, and that allows us to not only negotiate the most competitive prices on the market, but of course, because there's no added on prices through the middlemen, we can pass the savings on to our customers. And as I say, our remit is to offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. I think actually when I counted the number of pendants in this, that works out at better than £1 per Labradorite pendant. I can't imagine anybody selling a simple pendant design, and these gemstones are certainly large enough to be the statement gemstone in any design. Now, all you need to do is create a wire wrap pendant using this, set it onto a length of chain. Because you're offering your customers such a significant carat weight, you could afford potentially maybe £20, say, for your Labradorite pendant. That means you're going to make your money back. Actually, you're going to make profit off just 2 pendants. When I counted them, there was 39 here. So 39 individual cabochons there, making up that 1,480 carats. Just for ease with my mathematics, let's say it's 1,500 carats divided by 40. So that's basically 40 carats. Yeah, 40 carats on average in each gemstone, roughly. Give or take a carat here or there. Pretty impressive, especially because you have got varied sizes. I mean, if you look at the difference between that and that, say the smaller one would be more like 15, 20 carats, which means this, one of the larger ones, is going to be closer to 35, 40 carats. So there you go. Unbelievable. Looks like that's going to be a sellout, I'm afraid. I did try to warn everybody you'd have to be on the lines quickly. We're going to move on. Oh, wow. How many of these have you got? Oh, we've got a fairly reasonable quantity, not too bad. Probably still not going to be enough to go round, because the second jewellery makers lay their eyes on black agate stars, they're going to be dialing that free phone number immediately. This is going to offer you so many distinctive looks within your jewellery designs. You've got the, I suppose, that traditional lustre that you get. That's the reflective quality you can see here, where the light is bouncing back against the surface of that jet black gemstone. So that's quite a traditional finish to the gemstone, but then of course you've got this ever popular shape in terms of the 5-pointed star. So really, really popular for contemporary designs, maybe like your charm bracelets, for example, but also classic jewellery looks still had these more traditional shapes, so your heart and your stars, for example. 10mm in size, so very, very easy to integrate into your designs. And I have to warn you, for 90 carats of black agate carved into individual stars, the price point is not reflective of what you're getting hold of here. But as I say, this is what we do here at Jewellery Maker. This is us flexing our value muscles, and regular viewers are already well aware of that. That's why they're piling in on JewelleryMaker.com and on our free phone number. I've got people multiplying this, some people taking 2s, some people taking 3s. So if you do want to get involved, start dialing the free phone number. Here comes your price point this evening. $6.95, and that is effectively a launch price, because these have never been available on the show individually before, only as part of boutique bundles, and that's another key indicator that these are going to be a winner. And the reason for that is that a lot of the times when you're looking at the bundles that you see on the morning show or the Designer Inspiration show, then the designers will have a hand in creating those. So they are sort of in cahoots with our producers and our product strategists to make sure they get the exact product they're looking for to sort of realise their vision that they're trying to create with their jewellery designs. So that means that these have always been snapped up by our designers when they've had a hand in the design process when it comes to their bundles. Anything that's popular with our designers, you know you're on to a winner. $6.95 is the price point, and if you are struggling to understand what's going on, I mean, if you're shopping online, you don't need the code anyway. It's already going to be available. And if you are coming through to our award-winning help team, if you just say, well, I want the black agate that's on air right now, they'll add it to your order. But just to put everyone's mind at rest, the missing letter is P, Papa. So Echo Tango Golf Papa 35 is the product code, but as I say, you shouldn't need it to add it to your order. $6.95. Huge number of people have placed this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. I imagine these are experienced jewellery makers who have already got their P&P up and running today. If you have paid your $2.95, that is literally a no-brainer. You've got to be adding those to your order, haven't you? You only need two to create a gorgeous pair of sophisticated earrings, in all honesty, that are still quite sort of fun. As I say, you can take these in any direction you want to, really, because you've got that sort of classic finish to the gemstone, but you've got the contemporary shape in terms of the stars, so it's a win-win. If you have placed those in your baskets, please check out to avoid disappointment, because most of the phone buyers are actually taking 2s and 3s of that particular strand. We are going to move on. Now, we've had a few people texting through. You may have missed the very start of the show when we did mention this. These pyrites are coming up. I'm just going to have a look. Yeah, just checking. 8:30 p.m. Now, one of the reasons that I mentioned this particular bundle at the start of the show is that I'm 100% sure, and I don't say that very often, but I will guarantee you we don't have enough of this to go round. We've got 40 of the bundle. Let's just tell everybody now. When it comes on screen, we'll put the 40 on screen. The price point is going to mean that this is very, very highly in demand. So if you are going to want to get hold of 5 strands of pyrite for a wholesale price, make sure you've got your phone in your hand from, let's say 8:25 onwards. I'm going to move that to one side. That is fantastic, by the way, Leah. So, yes, I must give you my my compliments on that particular bundle. So, maybe when you think of pyrite, you're more drawn towards the traditional colour tone. You want to show your customers that you're working with the real deal, and I know that the coated pyrites are fantastically popular because they give you those variations. They often set into your designs really beautifully because they go along with other gemstones, but they still offer you that metallic shimmer. Pyrite, however, is often described as fool's gold because it's been mistaken for gold itself so many times, and the reason for that is this sort of antique gold colour tone combined with the fact that pyrite has the same crystal structure as a diamond, so you get that refractive index. It's a single refractive index, lots of sparkle, which gives you that metallic shimmer, and that comes of course from the huge iron content within pyrite. Now, the interesting thing about this particular strand for me is the way it's been cut and faceted. So you've got the elongation, which will suit so many people's different designs, particularly necklace designs, I'm thinking. But also, because of that elongation, you've got this almost twisted facet effect, barrel-like effect. That was my fault, sorry, I pulled that out of shot there, guys, here you go. And so that means that you've got very distinctive facets on the surface of each and every gemstone. So when you're looking for that metallic shimmer, when you want the light to glimmer on the surface of a gemstone, the facets are going to allow that to take place. These are actually 10 by 6 mil, and I'm just looking at this. I'm thinking a masculine macrame bracelet featuring this. I'll be happy to wear that. Ryan, you're a bit of a fashionista. You're a very fashionable guy. Would you wear this suit sort of masculine jewellery designs for you?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. You like the cufflinks, I think that'd be quite very cool as cufflinks.
Good for cufflinks. Actually, do you know what you could do? You could use these as the bar rather than the gemstone, so you could have a gemstone and then you could use these as the bar. If you think what I'm talking about there, if you see my cufflink design, it'd be because of the elongation, you could actually use those to cover up the other buttonhole. So then you've got a gemstone on both sides. Adding value all the time to your cufflink designs. 200 carats in total. Got to get the price on because so many people are getting involved with this deal. $7.95. And actually, you can see that this is the more traditional variety of pyrite. This is a coated golden pyrite, and so we've sort of given this a sort of 18 karat gold finish, if you like, whereas traditional pyrite offers you more of this sort of vintage or old gold feel to it. Really beautiful, particularly if you do want to create some of those sort of aged looks, the vintage designs, which are very, very popular, aren't they? $7.95 this evening for 200 carats. Love this. And I'll tell you what, we've been talking a lot about Tiger's Eye as a masculine gemstone as well. And I suppose this is a key consideration for jewellery makers, because what you want from your gemstones is versatility. What you want as well is for a gemstone to capture your customer's imagination, if you're selling your designs, of course. And Tiger's Eye just seems to tick so many jewellery making boxes, if you like. You've got the optical effect known as chatoyancy, and hopefully I'll be able to show you that on the screen. There we go, you can see that, almost like a cat's eye-like effect that you get, where the banding almost moves across the surface of a gemstone. Absolutely fantastic. Here, you've got significant carat weights on each and every gemstone. I would say you could create some rather gorgeous wire wrap pendants with these as well as the focal point. Maybe some copper wire, antique bronze wire. Actually, the beautiful thing about Golden Tiger's Eye is that it does work with so many different metal tones. So not only have you got an optical effect, you've also got quite significant carat weights because Tiger's Eye is a little more readily available. But on top of that, you've got a gemstone that will suit most other gemstones, given that you've got these earthy colour tones, and that makes it perfect for masculine designs as well. So versatility from your Golden Tiger's Eye, and you've got over 400 carats on this strand for $7.95. Totally ridiculous. And I will just say, don't forget, coming up, the superstar buy at the end of the show is the pear drops of Tiger's Eye. It might be good to invest in, you know, multiple strands of the same gemstone, but in very distinctive shapes. You know, you've got something for every jewellery making scenario in that respect. Those are coming up later in the show. Very, very impressive variety of Tiger's Eye, I must say. Very similar though to this. Very similar finish, but of course you've got the well, they've been classified as slabs, but they're Tiger's Eye hexagons, I suppose, aren't they? 25 by 18 mil. Did everybody see me actually having to count the sides there? To make sure that I got it right mathematically. Yes, so little hexagon, $7.95. Looks like that's going to be a sellout, guys. So congratulations if you did add that to your order. Woohoo! I was hoping you'd say that one. I love giving people wholesale deals on findings. We know that findings are essential. And I always think that different jewellery makers, different collectors are going to have their own individual relationships with gemstones. Certain people are going to be drawn to different gemstones, of course. Ryan, what's your favourite gemstone? Labradorite. Labradorite's your favourite gemstone? Yeah. There you go. Liam's is Mandarin Garnet. What is Ben in the hot seat? What's Director Ben's favourite gemstone? Neon Apatite. And does anybody know what mine is? Go on about it often enough. Yeah, so my favourite's Kunzite. So there you go. So there you go. Everybody in this room has got a different favourite gemstone. Of course, we work in the industry. We get the opportunity to touch the gemstones, to see the gemstones each and every day that we're here at the studios. And we've all developed a different favourite. And so you can understand how some people are going to create feminine looks, some people are going to create masculine designs, some people are going to create vintage looks, bridal looks. Whatever it is, you're always going to need your essential findings. And crimp bead covers, for me, are one of the findings that allows you to elevate your designs onto that next level, so that you're no longer creating, say, handmade craftware. Sorry, my microphone fell down my shirt, so we just had to fix it. Yeah, so crimp bead covers for me allow you to create a very professional finish to your design so that you're no longer operating as a crafter and you are a bespoke jewellery designer. And just that looks a little misleading, doesn't it? Because I've got two that are sort of interlocked there, haven't I? Let me just free them up so you can see. Let me just grab an individual one. So there you go. Basically, they're like a little clamshell shape. So once you've squished your crimp bead, it can be a little bit uncomfortable on the neckline or the wrist line. Not only does this allow you to cover that up and create a more professional finish, but it also becomes a bit of a feature of the design itself. And with the antique bronze ones, these are perfect for anybody creating maybe sort of vintage style jewellery designs, or maybe just as we move into the autumn period, it might be that when you're working with more sort of earthy or muted tones, the antique bronze becomes your metal of choice. Now you actually get 50 grams here. That's so impressive, because when I first moved over to the channel and we were launching our kits, we only ever had one findings opportunity. So anytime we get the chance to bring you a wholesale deal, I'm always excited. But when we're no longer counting the pieces, we're just weighing them, that just goes to show you just what kind of a wholesale deal we're dealing with here. $6.95, is that always the price for this? Wow, I am shocked. That actually just goes to highlight the value we do offer you here at JewelleryMaker, because these are available on our website for $6.95 any other day. We're making you aware of it, but you'd almost think this is sort of a wholesale bundle created for the live show at that price, but no. This is the kind of value we offer you each and every day here at JewelleryMaker. 50 grams of antique bronze copper crimp bead covers for $6.95. It's an add it to your order price. If you've paid your $2.95 today for your P&P, then start dialing right now and add this to your order for just $6.95. Incredible value. And we're going to leave it on with you. We're going to move on. And it's time now to bring you a star buy. Very excitable group of people in this studio, I must say. Is it just Ryan who gets that excited about a star buy deal?
I love star buys.
He loves star buys, and that's why he screeches like a howler monkey when he sees the intro coming. You're right to be excited, Ryan. I agree with you, because we are now going to launch a premiere strand. We've never seen this before. Brand new to us this evening on the Late Show, and we're looking at a graduated strand of faceted agate. I think the popularity of the graduated strands is, well, ever increasing, because again, it offers you lots of versatility, but it also takes care of a little bit of the design process for you. These are actually knotted onto this thread, so you could, if you really wanted to, just add a beautiful sterling silver clasp and you'd have a perfectly wearable necklace design. But I think there's a lot of jewellery makers out there who are going to utilise the graduation in the size to great effect within different disciplines. Of course, the larger gemstones are going to be suitable as, you know, the focal point of a design. Maybe a pendant, or maybe just a feature gemstone. As you start to move down the sizes on the strand, you know, the 8mm rounds are going to be perfect for your macrame designs, particularly in this rich royal blue tone. It's almost ranging into a sort of navy blue, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. And then, of course, your 6mm rounds, perfect for maybe certain aspects of wire work. You could use them within soutache designs. You could also use those within macrame looks as well, couldn't you? 6mm as well. So lots and lots of versatility here, and to be honest, a pre-made necklace design if that's how you wanted to utilise the graduation. For me, I think it's all about the colour tone. Very, very rich colour saturation, ranging from, say, like a royal blue into a navy blue. looks a little bit darker on screen than it is in reality. Almost looks sort of black on screen, but it's not. There you go, that's much more accurate. That's our daylight simulation, so that goes to give you a much better idea of what you're going to be receiving if you're investing in this premier strand of blue faceted agate. You actually get over 250 carats on this particular strand, and really that just goes to highlight the issues that we have with our studio lighting. It is actually just necessary, basically. It's not the optimum environment for showcasing gemstones, but it's the nature of the beast, and so sometimes what you see in the studio isn't necessarily what you're going to get, but we'll always try to give you, you know, a little breakdown of what you're getting there, and that recording is fantastically representative of what you're going to be getting hold of. These range in size from 6mm to 16mm. Did you say Mark Smith's already on the line? Oh, he loves the graduated strands. Yes, he does, doesn't he? In fact, Mark's actually shown us the benefits of working with graduated strands through, well, a plethora of different genres of jewellery making as well. So it doesn't matter what discipline you're working in, that graduation, whether it be the colour graduation or the size graduation, is a real design feature for a lot of jewellery makers. And this evening, if you want to get hold of this strand, this is going to be your best opportunity. Not only is this the first time we've ever seen this strand, but as a result, we're going to be able to offer you an exclusive launch price, 280 carats of graduated blue agate for, and add it to your order price of $795. I get caught then being appalled at the price. It's not because I don't want you to get good deals, I just don't want to devalue gemstones in any way. And of course, if you think about the work that's actually gone in to not only sourcing and mining for the agate, but also faceting each and every gemstone, and very uniform facet across the surface of each and every gemstone, so you do get that almost paparazzi style flash of luster on each gemstone. So absolutely gorgeous. As I say, possibly going to be able to get you out of a few crafting problems there because of that graduation, because of the depth of colour, because of the faceting. Again, a gemstone strand that's ticking a lot of boxes for a lot of jewellery makers out there. $795 as well is the exclusive launch price, so you just can't go wrong with this star buy this evening at just $795. I'm going to have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid. It will be available on our website while there's still stock available. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the second hour of the Late Show with some incredible deals and perhaps some exclusive launches, so don't go away.
Tune in to Designer Inspiration on Wednesday the 13th of August for our last ever jewel enamel show. All stock must go, so we'll be doing some crazy low prices. Make sure you don't miss it, because this time you really will miss out.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
New to polymer clay? Then why not come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford and be introduced to this creative medium? Debbie will guide you through the basic techniques of creating bead shapes, canes, pendants, feature beads and much more. The full course includes black and white clay, a colour clay pack of your choice, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to the Gemstone Museum and our shop. And all this for just $64.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker and of course the Late Show. My name's Ed, thank you so much for joining us. We are making it worth your while so far this evening, and coming up at the top of the hour, another premiere launch, this time a very popular gemstone and a very interesting gemstone to invest in leading into the autumn period, because you've got those rich chocolate browns of your Smokey quartz. Not only that, but on this particular strand, you've got those sort of rose-shaped carvings, absolutely fantastic. And that is coming up at around about 7 p.m. Coming up in about 20 minutes though, we do have another star buy for you. On this occasion, it is going to be a little bit of a bundle. And it's this one, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. It's the sort of, the tropical blues and greens here with your crackled quartz. Again, pretty eclectic variety of gemstones here. They all work together, but you may prefer to just add them to your gemstone collection. The idea behind our bundles is that we offer you the best value, basically value that you just can't ignore, and that's exactly what we're going to provide you with in about 20 minutes time with this 3-strand selection. Before that though, we're going to continue to try and find add it to your order prices for everybody out there. And where are we starting? Which one, sorry? Oh, okay. Here we go. Creme dioxide. Undeniable. And it's because of the colour tone. This very, very vibrant green tone. And it takes its name from the element which gives it this rich colour, chromium. And that's why it's known as chrome dioxide. Now, regular buyers will be aware of the rarity of this gemstone. And I suppose it's been a little bit difficult for a lot of jewellers themselves to get hold of chrome dioxide over the last few years, and it's because the yields year on year are getting smaller and smaller. There's a couple of reasons for this. One of them is that you can only mine for chrome dioxide for 2 to 3 months of the year, so it means that you can only dedicate a certain amount of time, which means you have to, I suppose, ration the deposits of chrome dioxide throughout the rest of the year. Unfortunately, this has commercial knock-on effects for the miners themselves, and now we're having fewer miners each year returning to the site for chrome dioxide because, well, basically they're dedicating their time to mining other gemstones that they can be more commercially viable 12 months of the year rather than only being able to work 2 to 3 months of the year. So that's really the effect that this gemstone is having, and the reason for that is that it forms in such cold environments. Tend to find it in places like Russia, but like, you know, out of Siberia, so very, very cold temperatures. In fact, even if you see the location during the time where it is warm enough to mine, it still looks like the tundra. So very, very difficult to go mining there. In fact, impossible to go mining there for the rest of the year. And so we're having fewer miners dedicating their time to chrome dioxide. That in turn means that the gemstone is becoming rarer. As with everything in the gemstone industry, the rarer it is, the more sought after it is, which of course in turn leads to it being even rarer still. So you just can't really win, can you? Unless, of course, you're investing in chrome dioxide from us here at JewelleryMaker. Now, because we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, because of our strong links with the mine owners over in Russia. We're able to not only source this gemstone, but to get the best possible deals available, and we pass those savings on to you. So to bring you 30 carats of chrome dioxide for $34.95 is absolutely ridiculous. In fact, it was chrome dioxide that was used in the design we were discussing earlier, and it was Sharon's design, wasn't it? Sharon, who won the charm bracelet competition, she was actually responsible for creating the chrome dioxide design that got valued at over £200. So there you go, just goes to show what can be achieved if you are working with high-end gemstones, which potentially other jewellery designers can't get hold of. And I don't mean other jewellery designers that watch the show, I mean professional jewellery designers may struggle to source chrome dioxide because it is so few and far between. $34.95, amazing price point for 30 carats of chrome dioxide. But is that the price? That's the question. And the answer is no. My producers decided to take it down this evening to $27.95. That's a huge saving when you think about it, because now we're taking this down to well under £1 a carat for chrome dioxide. You'd be hard pushed to find that kind of value elsewhere. Certainly if this was set into jewellery designs, and I think that's when you really start to appreciate the value of a gemstone, once it is set into a design. I think if you are working with this, you can't go wrong, can you? For one thing, the colour tone is so vivid. I mean, I have heard it say that this is the kind of colour that an emerald aspires to. And of course we know the prestige that an emerald will attract, because it's got this very sort of long-standing legacy. We've been mining for a gemstone like emerald for about 4,000 years, it's estimated. So you can see that emerald is very, very popular, but mainly because it's gravitas. I think if you were looking for a vivid green tone, I think chrome dioxide's absolutely where it's at. And because you've got top drill drops here, again, you've got plenty of design scope. You could maybe be a bit sparing with these and make your money back off just 3 gemstones by creating a matching set of earrings and pendant. Can you imagine creating a gorgeous tiara design or maybe a hair comb piece with the chrome dioxide? Great suggestion from producer Liam there, because we actually offered you a bit of a value bundle on your hairbands yesterday morning on the show. I'm thinking the yellow gold hairbands with the chrome dioxide set into them as a tiara design. That's a fantastic idea. Lowest ever price then for this particular Gems of Distinction stranded chrome dioxide, and based on the stock levels on this particular gemstone, based on its popularity and its rarity at $27.95, that could be the last time you see this strand. So if you are sitting there, you're umming and ahhing, you're in two minds, I can tell you we've only got 14 strands remaining in stock. Actually, if everybody was to check out their baskets, we'd only have single figures of availability. So I think it would be a good idea to start dialing that free phone number, get hold of your chrome dioxide at the lowest ever price, less than £1 a carat, and then you can make an informed decision once you get this home. We'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Wow. Whoa. Am I right in thinking that I've seen this before? It is exceptional. I think it might be the one that prompted Mark Smith, one of our expert designers, to tell us that Aquamarine has now become his favourite gemstone purely because of the quality that we can source here at JewelleryMaker. And I think Aquamarine, for me, is the key indicator that the quality of the gemstones is improving from delivery to delivery, in all honesty. We've had some Aquamarine in the past. We've always been quite successful in sourcing the gemstone, and it is March's birthstone. But certainly in the past we haven't seen quality like this. And the quality is highlighted not only in the way it's been faceted, which is absolutely fantastic, but also that very consistent colour saturation. I mean, it's just a gorgeous I was going to say it's a gorgeous sky blue. What it is an aquamarine blue. This is the colour tone you associate with this gemstone. And of course, aquamarine is another gemstone that, much like amethyst, is very well known because it's used so heavily, mainly by high street jewellers, but also by top-end designers. Of course, before that famous marketing campaign, where you were sort of told you had to buy people a diamond, aquamarine was the traditional gemstone to purchase for people as an engagement ring. So people are aware of the gemstone. They understand that there's prestige and gravitas attached to this gemstone. And when you're working with aquamarine of this quality, you know that people are going to start to trust you. They're going to start to realise this person not only works with genuine gemstones, they've got the real deal here. They've got jewellery quality gemstones. They've got the same kind of quality that I see being set into 9 karat gold or even 18 karat gold by other designers. So this is top-notch aquamarine. 40 carats in total. You've got faceted rondelles, and I have to say, usually when I look at the rondelles, and I'm going to be honest, I guess it is based on the quality of the gemstones. There's often irregularities in the faceting. So it's almost like the gemstone cuts have been used to maybe mask an inclusion or a slight default in the gemstone. Not on these rondelles. Absolutely uniformed faceting across each and every gemstone, and you can see why. Total clarity, gorgeous cut, beautiful carat weight, and fantastic colour saturation. So even if you hold this particular strand up to a professional jeweller's criteria, the 4 C's if you like, this still passes that criteria with flying colours because it is such a high-end strand of such high quality. So my producer's just doing a little bit of research for us just to see what kind of price points you might be able to achieve if you're working with aquamarine of this quality. Found a pair of aquamarine earrings on our sister channel's website, the Gemporia website, which features 1.3 carats of aquamarine. So what are we talking about there? Say 0.65 carats in each ear. And they've set it into 9 karat gold. So again, I think that shows you the prestige surrounding a gemstone like aquamarine. They haven't set it into silver. They've gone straight to a precious metal, set it into 9 karat gold. And if you consider the fact that Gems TV can offer you the best value on the market, they are selling the earring design, which has 1.3 carats of aquamarine, for £66. Yes, it's been set into gold, but I think that highlights just how high-end this strand is. And I have to say, I know we can't see those earrings in the flesh right now, but the finish on the gemstones doesn't look too dissimilar to this, and the colour saturation actually doesn't look as deep, shall we say. I hope the Gems TV management team aren't watching this, because they'll be saying, where'd you get your aquamarine from? 40 carats in total for $49.95. Easily the highest possible quality strand of aquamarine we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. I feel confident in saying that because, as I say, we have had a few strands in the past. Look at this. This cheeky little beggar. Did you see this little fruit fly? Loads of people were just about to get their papers and smack their telly. This little fruit fly. Clear off. We're trying to do something. $49.95 for 40 carats of March's birthstone. Easily the highest quality strand of aquamarine I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker, and quality there to rival our sister channel. I've got a 20 centimetre strand there, but I have to say the gemstones are absolutely packed onto the strand. So you're getting a huge number of rondelles there. Fantastic quality, and I suppose that's one for the elite jewellery makers or the gemstone collectors. You know, if you are maybe focusing on your regional craft fairs, maybe at the village hall, you might not want to invest in the collector's edition strands, but I have to say it only takes one sale to convert people to investing in those higher price points. And if you're working with premium gemstones like that aquamarine, I think you're onto a winner. $49.95 we're going to move on now to, actually, do you know what? This would be a fantastic combination. The sort of sky blues of the Aquamarine combined with the royal blues of this sapphire. Gorgeous strand of sapphire here. Traditional colour tone there. I think most people associate this sort of midnight blue tone with sapphire. And I absolutely love the finish here because, again, you've got the rondelles, which are so popular for so many jewellery makers. But rather than having a faceted finish, you've got this polished finish, which actually provides you with a very high-end look. But it allows you to integrate the gemstones into, well, slightly different designs, I suppose. These would be perfect on the neckline, for example, which maybe a faceted gemstone doesn't always offer you that option. These are fantastic. Look at that through the screen. It's almost a range from, say, sort of tanzanite blues to your royal blues and your midnight blues. Absolutely fantastic. And again, that rich saturation of colour not only highlights amazing quality, but also shows you and your customers that this is genuine sapphire. So it's almost able to provide you with a bit of credibility as a designer. If you think about the very simple ring designs that Deb's created with this simple innovation of using the ribbon cord endings as the shoulders of the design, Deb Rudd just put this together, and actually you could easily emulate that, couldn't you? And you're actually offering people, you know, sapphire rings now. One of the big four. I'll just tell everybody, just to avoid looking like I'm really scruffy, I'll just say I picked up a pen in the office when I arrived today, and it was leaking and it exploded all over my hands, and I couldn't quite get it off. So I have washed my hands, but yes, people have probably seen the markings on my hands, so my apologies. It is just ink from a biro. Or a ballpoint pen, sorry, Byro's a brand. Blue sapphires, let's have a look at the current price. This is of course one of the big four and next month's birthstone, so a really essential time to be stocking up on your sapphires. So we're even taking the price lower than it should be. So we've taken it down to $39.95. Incredible price reduction, and your best opportunity to get involved with this now. As I say, a lot of people out there using the Gems of Distinction range to create a personal collection of gemstones. But maybe you do want the opportunity to work with one of the big four. Maybe you have somebody special in your life whose birthday is in September. Why not create a beautiful piece of birthstone jewellery to offer them as a birthday gift? I think it shows something special, because not only have you made a sort of thoughtful investment by getting hold of their birthstone, but of course, again, you get to express not just your own personality, but how you feel about them if you're creating a piece of jewellery for them. And what I would probably create for them is a pair of earrings and keep all the rest for myself. $39.95 for 30 carats of blue sapphire there. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you another strand of sapphire. This time, very, very similar colour tone, more delicate cuts, but they have been faceted. So you've got this gorgeous sparkle. Look at this. Of course, sapphires these days have that association with the engagement rings of a princess, don't they? Of course, Princess Diana famously requested a Ceylon blue sapphire rather than a diamond in her engagement ring, and we all got to appreciate that design once again a few years ago when it was handed over to Kate. And so you can see that sapphires are not only hugely revered in the industry, but also by people in the know. I think, you know, if you're part of the royal family, you're going to have had experiences with beautiful jewellery, shall we say, and I suppose to select sapphire as your gemstone of choice for your engagement ring does highlight how it is sort of seen by beautiful ladies. Sam's telling me that's exactly what she's having. You're having a sapphire. Why?
I was obsessed with diamonds before I came here, and then I saw them properly like, with my own eyes.
She was. So you were having a diamond engagement ring until you started working at the Genuine Gemstone Company, and now you've fallen in love with sapphires.
Because I'd always seen them through a window, and I'd never actually been able to properly look at them in one light.
That's really interesting what you're saying there, because that actually is providing our jewellery makers a little benefit in the 30-day money-back guarantees. He's saying when you were looking at gemstones through the windows, you're never really appreciative of how beautiful the coloured gemstones are.
Even they put a lot of lights in their window to draw you to them, and even that can sort of drown it out.
I see. This is quite interesting, Sam. So when you had been an admirer of jewellery designs anyway, because we know that you're an avid jewellery maker, but when you're looking into the jewellers' windows, not only have they blasted them with lots of light to draw attention to you, you're feeling like that was saturating the colour of the gemstones, so you never really had an appreciation for coloured gemstones. But once you started working here and you got them in your hands every day, you were won over. That's amazing. Oh no, we only have limited availability on this particular strand. You've got 15 carats of faceted sapphire, and people are already multi-buying this strand. I can understand why. Actually, once again, you've got that slight range of colour tones. Again, starting with a sort of paler tanzanite blue, ranging up to the midnight blues. Fantastic. Half the stock's already gone. Let's get this price on screen. Currently, they're available for $34.95. Very savvy buying to come in early, because my producer's about to take this strand of sapphires to the lowest ever price. Okay. $19.95 from 34. Was it $34.95? Wow. Well, I bet the buyer who came through early and purchased 2 of these is pretty chuffed. Janice, just put £30 back in your pocket. Amazing. Oh, and all of a sudden some of the other buyers are doubling up on this. This could be a sellout deal in a matter of moments at that price point. It is the lowest ever price, down from $34.95 to just £20 this evening for 15 carats of gorgeous blue sapphires. They're very traditional finish on those gemstones because of the way they've been faceted. They're so sparkly. Absolutely gorgeous. Well done for everybody coming through on the website, as well as the free phone number. If you have placed that in your basket, please do check out, because we only have single figures of availability remaining in stock. And of course, if someone wants to come through and buy 2, you could miss out. We are going to bring you another deal before we launch our next star buy. And I have to say, I've made reference to this gemstone when I've been talking about the sapphires, because I've seen similar colour tones in the sapphire than I have in the tanzanite. Sapphires, as I say, sits alongside the likes of ruby, emeralds and diamonds, traditionally as a big 4, the most revered and well-known gemstones in the industry, and in a short period of time, maybe just 50, 60 years since its discovery, tanzanite has now managed to infiltrate that very prestigious group of gemstones, and we now discuss it as a big 5. So that just goes to show how prestigious and how luxurious this particular gemstone is. I often talk about the fact that the most expensive piece of jewellery I've ever sold when I was a producer on Gems TV was actually a tanzanite ring. I have to find the ring, you know, the design, so I can establish whether it was a treble A or a quadruple A. But I think the price point was around £4,000 for that particular ring design, and you certainly won't get in 80 carats. Now I understand it's a different finish in a gemstone that's being set into 18 karat gold, and certainly a different colour saturation, although I have to say these 3 central stones, if they were a large enough carat weight to gain a colour grading within tanzanite, you'd have to say they're more closely resembling treble A's than double A's, I have to say. Rich saturation of colour, and of course colour's a key thing when it comes to tanzanite, because of course this is a gemstone that does display pleochroism, and that basically means that you can see different colour tones depending on the angle at which you're looking at the gemstone. So from one angle you're going to see the more subtle violet tones, from the other you've got the the blues, and then if you're fortunate you might even see the reds and pinks in there as well. There is one here, for example, that's giving us a lot of the pink tones. I don't know if they'll come through on screen. I think we can see a little bit of the pink hue. So that's one of the interesting things about tanzanite. Of course, we also know about its rarity. Thought to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds because it's a one location gemstone, only available from Tanzanite 1, clues in the title, in Tanzania, the region after which the gemstone is named after. Unfortunately, we don't seem to be finding any new deposits within Tanzanite 1 at the moment, and we haven't taken any sizable amounts of tanzanite out of the mine in a few months. I mean, every now and then they're going to find little pockets of tanzanite, but they're not large enough yields to make waves in the industry. And yeah, I think that it's been discussed that it's around about 6 months since we found any sizable deposits within Tanzanite 1. Of course, if we do find any new deposits of tanzanite within the mine, we're expecting to see an increase in the price point because, unfortunately, as the resource becomes depleted, the Department of Minerals, that are part of the Tanzanian government, are now starting to place sanctions on the industry, so all of the tanzanite cutting is going to take place on site. So that's a middleman we're not going to be able to cut out in the future. Who knows when this particular strand was mined for? Who knows when we sourced it? This certainly isn't the kind of price point I would associate with tanzanite of this quality. $32.95. Unbelievable. Talking about 45p a carat for tanzanite. And when you think that you've got these polished rondelles here as well, once again, that very high-end finish, that polishing technique that people associate with high-end jewellery, but of course you're going to be able to very, very easily integrate these into your designs because you've got the graduation and you've got that consistency of colour. So it's not as though you're going to find one tanzanite that's a very subtle colour tone and then one that's almost a sort of the equivalent of a treble A. These are gorgeous. The whole strand over, you've got a very consistent colour tone there. Maybe slightly heavier saturation on the central gemstones, although I believe you'd probably want to make a feature of those gemstones because they're so sizable. Absolutely gorgeous. 80 carats of tanzanite for just $32.95. If you want to get involved, dial that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. If you have placed it in your basket, please check out because we only have a limited number in stock on that particular strand. And of course, if we were to manage to get hold of that strand again, you may see an increased price point if somebody else was to cut it for us. So always useful to invest in tanzanite at this moment. We are now going to move on because it's time to bring you yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy. This is our opportunity to provide you with a discount deal, the best value on the market, and we do that by creating wholesale bundles. On this occasion, we have bundled together 3 very popular gemstones here at JewelleryMaker, one of which I think is an essential for so many jewellery makers. These are your very delicate, perfect rounds of crackled quartz in your 4mm size. So bridal designs, soutache designers, bead loomers. Anything else, Sam? Wire workers? Kumahimo? Mini macrame? The list goes on. And I suppose the other key thing is not just the size being versatile, but the look of the gemstone. Because you've got, I suppose, quite a traditional feel in that you've got that neutral colour tone, but you haven't got total clarity because we've created these crackled inclusions that will instead provide you with texture to your designs. Now we've also teamed this up with this month's birthstone, and I like that combination because I always think of Peridot as one of the most vibrant colour tones you're going to see in a semi-precious gemstone, and to match it alongside the crackled quartz makes an even bigger impact from the Peridot. 70 carats of Peridot here, and you've got an irregularity in the size and shape. These range in size from 4x3 to 11x7. I'm just thinking if people were trying to create maybe tiara designs or maybe a torque necklace design, these would be gorgeous as little vine leaves, I was thinking, because you've got the traditional colour tone. They're going to hang beautifully because of the way that they've been top drilled, and of course that vibrancy of colour synonymous with Peridot itself. This is a fantastic gemstone strand because it really ties the two strands together, I think. This is your fluorite. Blue fluorite here, rarer variety. We often see the multicoloured tones which are heavily banded, for example. This has much more consistency in its colour, and it's almost like a sort of neon blue. And the reason you get that is because of the effect known as fluorescence, which is this sort of inner glow that you get from fluorite. And yeah, absolutely, now that I see the fluorite with the Peridot and Crackled quartz, I really feel this is a very complementary collection of gemstones. I think the blue fluorite ties the Peridot and the Crackled quartz together. You can see here, this is just an idea, using different gemstones, but you could absolutely recreate a very similar look as we've got here on the tiara design, working with your Peridot, your fluorite and your Crackled quartz. So I'm thinking maybe Crackled quartz along the headband, and then use your fluorite as the statement pieces, and then the Peridots can be dotted around here on the almost sort of little flower buds or vine leaves. Depends what your interpretation of it is, of course. I mean, you could create 5-petal flowers using your using your Peridot. So you could do it with your fluorites as well, actually. What I was thinking is you could use your Crackled quartz as the stamen. So you could place your Crackled quartz in the centre, 5 Peridot or 5 fluorite, wire wrapped around them to create those floral motifs. So very useful gemstone bundle here, because I suppose the designs are pretty much jumping off the page. Well, they are for me anyway. I can't even do any of this. So I imagine the jewellery makers out there, I can do some things. People are saying I'm being too hard on myself. I can do some jewellery making, but I'm not very confident with wire work. So I'm going on the wire work beginners course. I've been told that there'll be a little cut-off date, so only customers will be allowed to attend up until a certain date, and if there's any places left, I can go on it. It's Louise Jacobson who's hosting it. There it is, the wire work for beginners workshop. Yes, I'm going on that one. So hopefully, once I've been in the workshop, I'll come back a changed man, full of confidence about my wire work. The only thing that concerns me, I actually love the idea of wire work, because I actually do have quite a lot of ideas that wire work would lend themselves to brilliantly, and I would be able to realise the look I'm trying to create. All I'm worried about is the finish with wire work. That's what I'm worried about. Is that silly, Sam?
No, you're just a perfectionist like me.
That's it.
I worry, but it's easy once you get to know it.
It's easy once you get to understand how to create the finished designs. Okay, well, I'm growing in confidence, and I haven't even attended the course yet, so there you go. Sam's just saying that just like a lot of jewellery makers, she sees me as a bit of a perfectionist, and that's why I'm not taking the plunge and experimenting enough. If you want to get involved with this particular 3-strand pack, very complimentary, but also a great way to replenish your gemstone stocks, particularly with star buy value. Have a look at this particular price point, $9.95. 2 of these strands come from our Gems of Distinction range. In fact, yeah, I'm not sure about the Peridot, whether that's from the Gems of Distinction range, but certainly all of these have been sourced by our Indian buying office. The Crackled quartz, the fluorite and the Peridot, all high-end, all very distinctive looks, and available right now for $9.95. I mean, if somebody told me that the fluorite alone was $9.95, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Certainly not from another supplier. I'd probably be expecting to pay $14.95 from any other supplier. Unbelievable. I love this design as well. Look at this. Is this like a little bouquet that links up?
Yeah, it's like a little tulip.
That's the wire mesh, and those almost look identical to the blue fluorites sitting there, don't they? This is gorgeous. Is this something that Gemma's created today, or?
No, I can't remember the lady's name, sorry.
Okay, somebody will text in and tell me the designer that created this. This isn't from today then, but it's a recent design on one of our inspiration shows or morning shows?
Inspiration.
Inspiration show. Well, you'd need a little bit of time to take people through that design. That is absolutely gorgeous. Okay, before I fall in love with this design anymore, I'm being told I can admire the design in the break, as we've got a lot to get through. Coming up at the top of the hour, another Premier launches a star by, this time Smokey Quartz, one of our most popular gemstones here at JewelleryMaker. Earthy colour tone, but also perfect for toning down the more dramatic monochrome effects as well. And when you see the carving on the Smokey Quartz itself, it's just drop dead gorgeous. It's a little, maybe a little rose or a carnation, distinctive flower carving there, and love the finish on those gemstones. Again, it'll add character to your designs and maybe lead you through the creative process. They're going to be launched in about 15 minutes time, so we better crack on. We've got a lot to fit in. Ooh, unlucky for some, and that person is Sam. She's on cameras and I'm about to bring her favourite gemstone, gorgeous druzy quartz. Druzy agate, sorry. And when you see the colour tone, the shapes, the crystal formations, this is a perfect strand of druzy. I'm instantly drawn to this gemstone. Have a look at this. Oh. We've only got single figures of availability, I'm afraid. $14.95. I've seen a lot of designs which are focused around eyes at the moment. In fact, I saw one today that was a tiger's eye and a wire wrapped effect to create a cat's eye. It's a perfect cat's eye there, wasn't it? Sam's seen the design. It's on Facebook if you want to see it. I can't remember the customer's name. It's just uploaded to the JewelleryMaker website by a customer. Yeah, fantastic piece of wire work though, and very, very on trend. I'm just thinking, of course, you might not get this very subtle variation on any of your druzies, but this is why we love genuine gemstones. It's those organic finishes to each gemstone, the individuality. Should we try it in English? Yeah, individuality of each of Mother Nature's offerings that I think adds a little je ne sais quoi to your jewellery designs if you're working with genuine gemstones. Love the colour variations here as well, ranging from sort of pastel pinks to fuchsia tones, right up to sort of purple tones. 500 carats in total. Look at that sparkle. This is why people love druzy. Very organic, and you can see the way the gemstones formed. You can see those natural crystal formations, but very traditional finish to your piece of jewellery, because I think, well, everyone's a magpie really, aren't they? They want to see that sparkle, and that's what you get from your druzy agate. We've got one strand remaining in stock on that, so if you want to add it to your order, 500 carats for $14.95. Moving on. We're now giving you the opportunity to invest in another organic mineral here, gorgeous cultured pearls. Now, I knew it. I was just going to ask you the question. I was going to say, what's the colour classification here? Pale blue. I suppose you could stretch to calling these a pale blue. I would argue that they're more silver with lavender pearlescence. Maybe I'm just being pedantic now, but yeah, there is a little powder blue tone in there, but just to be accurate, just so people know what they're investing in, I would say, would you agree with that, Sam? You're standing right here looking at them as well.
Yeah.
So rather than a pale blue, they're more silver.
Yeah, like they're almost like silvery blue.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
But silver's the sort of the leading colour tone, if you like. Yes, there you go. So a silvery blue, we'll say, rather than pale blue. That's fair, I think. And they range in size from 9x8 to 11x10. Sorry to get bogged down in the colour tone, but for a lot of designers, the colour is almost the most important factor, of course, especially with pearls, because you're always going to get a very similar finish on your pearls. You certainly are from us here at JewelleryMaker, and it's that gorgeous pearlescence. Because of the irregularities in the surface of a gemstone, I actually think the pearlescence is more effective than if you had a, you know, a perfect round, if you like, because you get these almost like little indentations, little ruffles. The light actually catches inside those inclusions and gives you greater pearlescence. Oh, we're down to single figures of availability once again. No wonder when we're bringing you genuine cultured pearls for just $7.95. Again, an industry that is starting to introduce changes, and we are expecting to see increases. We're moving on. Okay, low stock availability, I'm afraid, on this particular strand. Have a look at this. Beautiful lemon quartz. Very zesty colour tone from your lemon quartz. I suppose you might argue that the clue's in the title, but I have seen lemon quartz that's quite pale and subtle in terms of its colour saturation, but this isn't representative of that. Again, great consistency of colour here. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's a sort of a buttercup yellow or very bold or golden tones, but it's very consistent. Actually, I would almost argue that you've got an almost sort of lime green sort of hue coming through. It's almost like citrus quartz, if you like. There's a slight green hue, but I think you really need to have it in your hand to appreciate that, because it's not coming through on our camera screens. Of course, the yellow tone is, again, the sort of leading colour, but it's just that you get that zesty hue from the centre of the gemstone. And at $6.95, I can't believe that escaped my notice for so long. These are faceted rondelles. You've got a 30cm strand here. Huge number of gemstones. I've only got 2 left in stock, so if you do want 1 left in stock, sorry. So if you do want to add this to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. Fantastic quality from the Gems of Distinction strands at the moment, I must say. Here we go again. Beautiful clarity, amazing faceting, and very consistent colour. Saturation there, chocolate brown tone, and a price point of under £10. This is ridiculous, really. When I think back, maybe just even 2 years here on JewelleryMaker, A, we wouldn't have been able to source smoky quartz of this quality, and B, if we had, it wouldn't have been available at this price point. So really, we are doing the right thing, because we owe it all to you. Your loyal customer over the last 4 years has allowed us to expand. We've now opened buying offices all over the world. You know, suppliers worldwide are now aware of us as a brand and want to work with us and offer us more competitive pricing. And fortunately, we're not the kind of company who will, you know, build up a brand and then inflate their prices. If we get a good deal, we share that with our customers, and that's exactly what we've done here. Faceted, 6mm rounds of smoky quartz. Once again though, these have quickly flown out the door. We're down to the final 3 in stock, $8.95 for 75 carats of gorgeous smoky quartz. How well would those go with the premiere launch that's coming up in just 10 minutes time? So you'd have your faceted rounds and your carved flower beads. Fantastic combination. Beautiful. Well, we'll leave that on with you. We're moving on. Oh, in fact, we've had some interactions, and somebody sent a message into the show. If you want to get involved, don't hesitate. The number is 60777, or you can text in via the website. Kay, regular contributor to the show, it says, I can't wait to meet you. I'm on the same course with my mum. I love watching you as you make the programme so interesting. From Kay. Kay, I can't wait to meet you. Now, I will just say that if they're fully booked with customers, I won't be able to attend, but I'll still come in and see you on that day. So can't say fairer than that. But hopefully there'll be a space left for the big dog. Okay, moving on. Aha. Now, if you got hold of our last premiere launch, the gorgeous blue agate, I've actually got the amethyst purple variety. Just to be clear, these are quartz, which of course amethyst is as well, and they are purple quartz, but this is a dyeing process that's created the purple toning, so that's why they're purple quartz rather than amethyst, in case anybody's wondering. And these are $6.95. You've got the graduation there, and they range from 6mm up to 15mm. I mean, I suppose you could actually, what you could do is alternate between these and just create 2 necklace designs. But they'd be quite distinctive, because of course you'd have the feature gemstone and one would be purple, and the feature gemstone and the other would be the royal blue. Sam's nodding along again, looking at me as if to say, oh, you have got some ideas. $6.95. Sorry?
I know it's all your ideas, Sam, don't worry.
Oh, she said she's nicking all my ideas. I like that. At least somebody can do it. There you go. 265 carats of purple quartz here. Faceted rounds ranging in size from 6mm to 15mm. So by the time you get to the centre here, you've got some very significant looking gemstones. And look at the uniformity on the faceting once again. I suppose when you're dealing with quartz, because it is a little more readily available, because it is a bit denser than other gemstones that we work with here at JewelleryMaker, you can afford to be a bit braver with the faceting, and that's definitely what I'm looking at here on this particular strand, the lapidris, placing a facet on every available piece of this gemstone. So again, you've got that gorgeous sparkle. $6.95, another add it to your order price when you think about this kind of carat weight and the versatility of working with purple gemstones. The reason I say that, recently I've been talking a lot about amethyst with our guest designers because I've been doing a few morning shows or designer inspiration shows and just getting a few insights from the designers. I think we came up with about 4 or 5 of our designers the other night whose favourite colour is purple. They all love purple, don't they, the designers? I think Sarah Elvin, Debbie Kershaw, Hannah Osborne, Jill, who I was working with yesterday, Deb Roach, said purple as well. Yeah, so we did come up with 5. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, purple, very, very popular colour tone. It might be because amethyst is so well known, or maybe amethyst is so well known because everybody loves purple. It just tends to go with so many different colours, doesn't it? Whether you're maybe wearing quite subdued clothing, because a lot of people don't really get the chance to express themselves in their attire when they're going to work because they have to wear a suit or maybe even a uniform. So accessories can be the way to inject a little bit of colour and of course express yourself. So that's a fantastic offering. We've got to move on. And another example of your druzy. This time completely different finish. You've got rounds, and this is actually a druzy quartz. So not only are you getting that traditional shape in terms of the 16mm round, but you've also got this quite interesting frosted finish, which again is going to provide you with texture, almost a sort of a point of interest in itself, and that's before the crystal formation inside those druzy crystals are actually unveiled, before they have the impact on the design. Love this colour tone. Can anybody think of a producer that would like this strand?
Not that what's here,
I
surely.
don't know.
I suppose the May like blue.
Can't think of one. We're trying to come up with a producer that might like this strand. Think of any, Liam? No. Straight away, I told you, I always mention the fact that producers are very competitive, shall we say. The first thing he says is, I can think of a producer. She took 2 strands that we were going to put in the late show later on today. So there you go. These are the kind of negotiations, so to say, that take place in office. To be honest, it wasn't much of a negotiation. She asked for them and you gave her them straight away. He's just mucking around. We're one big happy family here, especially at JewelleryMaker. We're a very close-knit team, but we are a family-run business at the Genuine Gemstone Company, so everybody knows each other, and we do have a sort of a playful atmosphere within the building, I like to think. Well, lots of our customers are here every day, aren't they? So they would be able to see if there was any animosity between any of our team members. I've never experienced any, and I've been here for 6 or 7 years. Do you know what? I'm just thinking, how about a wirework ring? Could you set these into a wirework ring, Sam?
I have done, yeah.
You've already done it?
Yeah.
The rounds. So there's quite a lot of depth between the drill hole and the bottom of the gemstone. So is that...
I usually do a spiral.
A little spiral.
Just to lift it off your finger.
So it means the gemstone sits proud, and it also makes it a little bit more comfortable on your finger. There you go. So I found a problem. Sam's provided us with the solution. $7.95. We're going to move on. Ooh, fire opal. But this time it's a little more muted. It's the rough cut nuggets. So I suppose you're going to use these, you're going to rely on the sort of intensity, the fiery colour tones, but they'll be used to provide you with texture, I suppose. In fact, the last time we were talking about these nuggets, we were saying they'd be perfect maybe to use in the base of a tree of life, or we were saying the ornamental pieces, for example. So if you were creating, say, polymer clay dragon goblets, you could actually use the fire opal as maybe the flames. Wire, if you can do a bit of wire wrapping out of the dragon's mouth and then set your fire opal on there as fire.
You're on fire today.
I'm on fire, Sam says, with my design ideas. I like it. You actually get over 100 carats here. And I mean, once again, even though we're dealing with the rough cut nuggets, it totally represents the intensity of the sort of fiery nature of the lava from which it's formed, doesn't it? These range in size from 2x1 to 8x4 in size, and you can see you have got the golden tones ranging into the oranges and the tangerines, and then you've got your cherry opal there. Fantastic, those rich red tones. Fantastic. Over 100 carats in total. We know how popular the nuggets are, and I suppose it's partly due to Mark Smith's, I was going to say, his passion for them, but I think that when he first started working with them, he was a little bit dubious about chips and nuggets and how to integrate them into your designs. It's only because he confronted that as a designer and was experimenting, wasn't a scaredy cat like me, and he ended up becoming our chips and nuggets expert. So if you are a little bit dubious about working with the textured gemstones and the tumbled gemstones, then my advice would be add the chips and nuggets DVD to your order, because although they already have 5 or 6 projects on there, a lot of the techniques on there will help you to develop your own ideas about how to integrate the nuggets into your designs. At $6.95, this could actually be seen as a bit of a special treat. And yes, I have to say, these days, Mark's designs with the chips and nuggets are fantastic. And actually, if you took advantage of the memory wire deal that I offered you yesterday morning, a lot of Mark's designs with the chips and nuggets are set onto memory wire. He says they're his biggest seller. And tomorrow evening, when Jenny will be doing the late show, there's a memory wire deal then as well. It was funny actually yesterday, because we did the memory wire deal late on in the morning. I came off air and instantly got a message from somebody on Facebook saying, I'm at work, are there any memory wire deals today? Saying we've just done one, so I know memory wire is very, very popular. And have a look at this. These are some of the designs that people have put together. I bet you put that exactly where you wanted it, didn't you, Sam?
Sorry?
Did you put that exactly where you wanted it previously and then I moved it?
No.
Oh, right, okay, sorry. And this is just an idea of how you might like to sort of start to work with your chips and nuggets. Provide you with so much texture, don't they? But also they're statement gemstones. Nobody's going to mistake them for synthetics, because the irregularity in itself shows you that Mother Nature's created them.
You did the one on the left with the fire opal and then put the smoky quartz, just one single pendant in the middle. That looked nice.
With this one?
Yeah, that one.
So you'd use the fire opal here, and then you use smoky quartz as the central stone.
For a bit.
That's fantastic, because we're just about to launch this strand as a superstar buy. Yeah, and then you get the texture sort of mirrored in the carving of the smoky quartz. Fantastic, yeah.
And that one is actually on YouTube to watch.
And this design is available on YouTube. If you did want to find out how to recreate this using fire opal and smoky quartz, you can find out exactly how to do it. Who was the designer?
Mark.
It was Mark's design, yeah. I was just checking just to be safe. Then sorry, so yeah, so if you search for Mark's last show, you'll find out how to create that, and you can recreate it right now with fire opal and the Star Buy launch of smoky quartz. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. I'm just going to warn everybody right now, it is very, very busy on the phone lines this evening here at JewelleryMaker, presumably because Liam's deals are so good. But I have to warn you, whenever we launch the carved flower strands, they tend to be popular. They actually tend to sell out. So based on our experience so far this evening of us being very, very busy on the phone lines, my advice would be to start dialing right now. The second the graphics hit the screen, you can start getting involved with the deal. You can always change your mind, you can always put your phone down, you can always throw something out your basket, but as soon as the quantity we have has been allocated, they're gone. I don't know when we'll get them again. We have seen these in the past, actually. This very distinctive, almost rose or carnation shaped carving on the surface of the gemstone. And we've seen it in the Smokey Quartz, but not for some time. So to offer you this particular strand is hugely impressive. We know that flowers are popular. They're popular anyway, aren't they, within luxury jewellery designs, but particularly bespoke jewellery designs, and jewellery making tends to allow people to create these floral motifs very easily. We've seen them in so many different designs. We've seen polymer clay flowers like those little roses we were looking at the other day, but then we found a solar quartz that Mother Nature had created that was almost identical to it. So they tend to crop up in lots of different varieties within jewellery making. Here, the work's done for you. 8mm rounds, and actually, I'm just thinking, macrame bracelets, but the gemstones do a lot of the work for you here with the carvings, don't they? A little bit of texture. Everyone's going to understand what these are supposed to be. Once you see them in the flesh, you can understand the carving is designed to provide you with that detailing, and you can tell they're little roses, I think they're supposed to be. Absolutely fantastic. 8mm rounds in total. And of course, Smokey Quartz tends to be very popular here. It goes with lots of different metal tones, so it will suit yellow gold and silver, but it also looks fantastic in antique bronze or rose gold. It goes with virtually any other gemstone. It's a very neutral colour tone. Often we talk about the idea of using Smokey Quartz instead of your jet black gemstones to tone down a certain design, maybe, you know, take a little bit of the drama away from the design so that it is suitable for use every day. What is it that Laura Binding says? That you normally use brown eyeshadow. Is it eyeshadow or mascara? I always go for the wrong one. You normally use brown mascara in the day and black mascara at night. Is it because it makes your eyes...
It accentuates your eye. Black in the day, like I do, you look a little bit dark all day.
Right, so if you use black during the day, you look a little bit dark, apparently. I've never used mascara, so I wouldn't know. 130 I haven't! Okay, that one time. 130 carats of Smokey Quartz this evening in your carved flower beads, 8mm in size. I have to warn you, a lot of people did heed my warning, and they actually have piled in, both on the free phone number and at JewelleryMaker.com, to take advantage of this deal. We do have an exclusive launch price for you this evening. Hopefully it will be honoured tomorrow at 9 AM, but I can't guarantee it. It may be that if you're adding these to your order tomorrow, that you're paying an increased price point. So this is going to be your best opportunity to get hold of them. People taking 2s and 3s already. Let's put that price on screen. Unbelievable. $7.95 for 130 carats. Unbelievable, really, when you think about the amount of work that's gone into this. Now, I've actually seen somebody faceting a Smokey Quartz before. We were talking about it last week, and I was saying, you know, they were showing a Gems TV presenter how to do it, and then the presenter had a go at faceting. Now, faceting, they are using, you know, one of the grinding discs to create the facets. So, very, very skilled, of course, but you've got a machine doing a lot of the work for you. And I can tell you now, this Smokey Quartz just got destroyed by a presenter. I'm not saying I could do any better, by the way. It does look quite an intense process. But when you're actually creating the flower shapes, of course, you haven't got the same machinery. So these are passed to a very experienced laboratories who actually hand carves each of the quartz. I mean, it probably takes them less than a minute to do each one. That's how skilled they are. But of course, very, very time consuming, because we need a huge yield of this strand to make it worthwhile putting on air. So if you think that all of these have been hand carved for you, the price point is $7.95, isn't really reflective of the work that's gone into the gemstone strand itself. And I have to say, Sam's suggesting this design, that is fantastic, and you can easily recreate that. This is a bit sort of hard hitting, isn't it, because of the size of the gemstones and the fact that it's a monochrome look. But if you're working with the more subtle tone and they're a bit smaller, it could be more of an everyday piece. $7.95 there, and oh, Della's text in saying, now I would pay to see that, Ed. Next charity event, I think. So Della either wants me to try and facet a gemstone, or she wants me to wear mascara to the next ball.
Do both.
Sam wants both. So does Bruce. We'll see. I'm open to these kind of ideas. Okay, so if you are multi-buying this strand, congratulations, because not only are you taking advantage of the incredible value that we can offer you here, but you're also benefiting from the finish on the gemstones. Probably one for yourself and one to make your money back. So that's a great way to invest in this strand. There is still some stock remaining, so if you do want to add that to your order, it will be available until the close of the show. As I say, I'll probably take advantage of this at the price point of $7.95 because I can't guarantee we'll honour that tomorrow. Sometimes we do. Other times the exclusive price point is very strict and the price point will go up at 9 AM the next day. So take advantage right now, easily your best opportunity to get involved. We're going to bring that to a close and we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible value deals as well as another premiere launch, so don't go away.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the introduction to stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Come and join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Natalia Coleman for the introduction to leather DVD. Natalia will guide you through new techniques including how to create rings, cufflinks, earrings and necklaces. You will also learn how to use the essential tools you need to work with leather, along with lots of helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Tune in to Designer Inspiration on Wednesday the 13th of August for our last ever jewel enamel show. All stock must go, so we'll be doing some crazy low prices. Make sure you don't miss it because this time you really will miss out.
Join JewelleryMaker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and of course this is the late show. My name's Ed. Our job this evening to find and add it to your order price for each and every one of you, based on the fact that we are only ever going to charge you 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. And we've already had some pretty exciting opportunities. We've launched premier strands of Smokey Quartz. What's our other premier? Oh, the blue Agate, the graduated strand, that was gorgeous as well. And we have a few more premieres to come as well, one of which is this strand of Aquamarine, predominantly Aquamarine. And this is coming up in about 15-20 minutes time. Gorgeous strand of beryl. There is a lot of Aquamarine on there, but you do get some morganite and goshenite as well. So there you go, look at that. Beautiful. Coming up in about 15 minutes as a premiere launch. Before that though, we've got a bit of a price avalanche. So each price point is going to be lower than the one before. And where are we going to start? Oh yeah, this is one of the most exciting opportunities of the show. Did you want to hear? Sorry. I keep moving everything around when they've got their camera shots sorted out. So this is going to be 3 of our most high-end gemstone offerings as one opportunity. You've got your sky blue topaz, your gorgeous red garnet, and your vivid green peridot. All top drill drops, quite a similar size, but they all range from 5x4 to 9x6mm in size. So again, perfect for creating matching sets of jewellery. Here, great for creating matching sets of birthstone jewellery. So you've got August birthstone, January's birthstone, and November's birthstone in one item here. On top of that, there's some of the most prestigious and high quality gemstones we can source for here at Jewellery Maker, coming from our collector's edition of the Gems of Distinction range. I'm going to put a little bit of a skin tone behind them just so you get a fair reflection of how they're going to look once you set them into jewellery designs. However, the warning I have to give everybody is that I only have a handful of opportunities. So if you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. I've already got somebody coming to get involved. Oh my word. That is some of the highest quality topaz I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. This topaz, when I think about this topaz, I mean, I launched a strand of Peridot on yesterday's morning show, which was very, very similar in terms of quality, and its exclusive launch price was $14.95, I think. You're getting this for less than £10 this evening. You're also getting garnet and blue topaz, and unfortunately, I think that's going to be a sellout deal because we're so limited. So in fact, yeah, it's a sellout deal. So we're going to move on. Sorry, guys. Okay. Another Gems of Distinction strand now. Love this. Beautiful apatite here. And it's been classified as sky blue apatite, but you do get variations in the colour tones. You've got some here that are offering that sort of lagoon green tone, if you like. So almost sort of an electric blue as well on many of the gemstones. Fantastic quality. And of course, I've been talking about apatite quite a lot recently, because just through doing my own research, I've found that a lot of American designers, particularly sort of fashion jewellery designers, so we're talking about price points of, you know, $50 to $100, not huge sums of money, do tend to be using a lot of apatite. I've seen as many apatite designs as amethyst designs on some of those American websites, for example. So my theory is that America makes things famous. You know, it's only a matter of time before an A-list Hollywood star is wearing apatite, and she's packed or whatever, and then, you know, before too long, I don't know who it will be, Christina Blakely, or, you know, one of those women are going to be wearing apatite, and then everybody's going to want to get hold of it. And you know what that means? The price will start to increase. Get it into your collection before this occurs. Now, of course, this is all conjecture. I'm not actually saying this will definitely happen. It's just a theory of mine. But, you know, it does happen with gemstones. As soon as, you know, a designer or a celebrity maybe develops a bit of a penchant for a certain gemstone, it's only a matter of time before the industry wants to get hold of that gemstone. Of course, that makes it more difficult for us to source. That drives the prices up. Tonight, we are actually going to take the price down on this particular strand. We're going to honour the exclusive launch price. This is good because we've just been talking about launch prices on the Smokey Quartz, and so this just goes to show you it was launched at $24.95. The management team actually put it back up to the RRP of hold on. What was it at? Oh, it was at $24.95. That's okay. So I thought it was launched at $29.95. I was more comfortable at $29.95. I tricked my brain. Yeah, so it was actually launched at $24.95. Oh my word! It was launched at $19.95. Then it went up to $24.95. Tonight, we are honouring the launch price of just £20. My apologies. What's wrong with my brain? We're talking about 25p a carat here for apatite, and I have to say there are a few neon hues coming through. Of course, neon apatite, probably the most revered variety of this gemstone. There are a few neon tones coming through. It wouldn't gain that classification unless all of the gemstones were displaying that neon flash. But certainly some gemstones here that are going to make a huge impact on your designs. £20 for 80 carats of sky blue apatite. And I have to say, at that kind of price point, for this quality of apatite, this is certainly the one to be adding to your gemstone stash. $19.95 for 80 carats. And move on to strand of Howlite. Another gemstone which is very, very prestigious because of its historic legacy. And actually, this is the best possible strand for explaining why this gemstone has such a rich history attached to it. Now, Howlite was originally used by the Vikings, who used it to navigate through the high seas, and they would actually take a cut just like this, a very thin slab of Howlite. They would hold this up to the sky when you had cloudy skies, and they would be able to see the polarization of the sun through the clouds using the Howlite to refract the sun, and therefore they'd understand which way to navigate their ship. So basically using the gemstone like a compass, if you like. And so I suppose that people aren't necessarily interested always in the technical side of the way the gemstone was used, but the ideas and the history that Howlite was utilised by the Vikings. Of course, Vikings tends to be quite a well documented era in history, doesn't it? We all study it when we're at school, and so I think people sort of understand, you know, the way the Vikings operated. They could be quite a brutal civilization, but they still had an appreciation for gemstones, particularly Howlite. Absolutely gorgeous, and highly pleochroic, so once again you get a huge range of colour tones depending on which angle you're looking at the gemstone. From one angle you're going to see these rich violet tones, from others you're going to see more of a blue hue, so you've got that variation. Absolutely fantastic, and not only that, but a very contemporary cut here. graduated slabs which range in size from 7x4 to 24x4. So that allows you to use the graduation down the décolletage, maybe for evening wear I'm thinking, but also the sort of tribal themes which are very on trend at the moment. I think this cut will suit those looks as well. So again, giving you variation, giving you design scope, and that's what we're looking at from Gems of Distinction strands. 120 carats of Howlite for $14.95. Moving on. How many of these have we got? Ooh, fewer than 20 in stock. I have to say, for me, this is a collector's gemstone. You don't see too many gemstones that offer you an optical phenomenon. You certainly don't have many gemstones that offer you the optical phenomenon of colour change. So in one light source, these are going to look almost a sort of golden or a green tone. In other light sources, they're going to look a much richer red or brown tone. And, well, that is probably the most impressive thing you could ever hope to see in a genuine gemstone, literally changing colour from one light source to the other. And I can see that here that I've got a lot of the green hues coming through, and if I was to place this into incandescent light, I'd be seeing those rich reds and brown tones as well. So absolutely unbelievable. 90 carats, a very, very rare gemstone. Of course, we've only been able to source the very delicate nuggets. They range in size from 2x1 to 6x2. We've already discussed the use of those organic cuts. Provides you with credibility as a jewellery designer because people are aware that you're working with the real deal. But also perfect for some of the ornamental designs if you want to be a bit more organic in your approach to the design concept, not just the texture of the gemstone itself, but maybe you want to create a sort of torque necklace, maybe you want to use these on memory wire as we were discussing. They're going to fit the bill, aren't they? $11.95 for 90 carats of colour change garnet. It's a fantastic idea from Sam. He's saying if you use these in your Tree of Lives, that is fantastic because not only will they sit very beautifully into the design and provide you with that organic texture, but of course you're providing an extra selling point to your Tree of Life designs because it's got colour change gemstone in there as well. Absolutely perfect. Fantastic. Can you set gemstones onto the actual branches and stuff, or is that not the idea? You can?
As long as you don't twist them.
Right.
Like it says on the DVD to twist the
So if you avoid the twisting part of the design, it'll still be strong enough to hold the Tree of Life itself, and that would allow you to set gemstones onto that part. Well, these would be fantastic, wouldn't they, on the branches, because you've got that rich brown tone from one angle. But then, of course, when you go into a different light source, you'll get the colour change. Fantastic. $11.95 for colour change garnet there. And you've got a huge number of gemstones there because it's an 84 centimetre strand. Moving on now to one of our most popular findings here at JewelleryMaker, our ribbon cord ends. And I suppose this is because when we are trying to sell our designs, or even if we are just trying to create a professional finish for a piece of jewellery that we want to wear ourselves, often the braiding techniques can look a little more like craft work than other disciplines within jewellery making. Because of course, you know, even when I was at school, people were making, you know, just plaited friendship bracelets, for example. And so you can understand how people could construe those as maybe, you know, closely resembling more craft work than a jewellery design. But once you start to work with rose gold plated sterling silver to finish the piece, immediately elevating that design onto the next level, people can see that you're the real deal. And of course, if you're working with sort of precious metals like rose gold plated sterling silver, then you're adding value to the design as well. Here you've got a lobster claw clasp and you've got the extender chain as well. In fact, we've seen these used in very innovative ways recently as well by Deb Rudge, who created that ring design that we were looking earlier, and she was using the Little clasps off the ribbon cord end, you can see there on the shoulder. So that's how Deb created that look using the ribbon cord end, so fantastic. And you've got your little 925 stamp there as well. We've seen a lot of customers requesting these items actually, as I say, because macrame, kumihimo, well, there's a whole range of knotting techniques actually. They're so popular with jewellery makers. It's how a lot of people get started with jewellery making and crafting, of course. And so the ribbon cord endings, as I say, immediately elevate those designs. They're available right now for $9.95. Should be clear, you do get 3 as part of this particular product. And a lot of my friends on Facebook saying that they've basically got sort of 50 to 100 completed macrame bracelets, and they're just waiting for ribbon cord endings to arrive so they can complete the design and sell them. $9.95 here, but as I say, you are adding a lot of value to your macrame bracelets, your kumihimo bracelets, if you are working with the ribbon cord endings and you're offering your customers rose gold plated sterling silver lobster claw clasps. We'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. I'm going to give you another opportunity to own beautiful tiger's eye here. Don't forget, we've got our superstar buy coming up at the end of the show. Fantastic pear drops. Gorgeous finish to the pear drops, and these would be fantastic together, I have to say. Look at that. Love that. Now you've got, once again, I think the reason that we really love tiger's eye is its versatility. Perfect for feminine designs as well as masculine. Perfect as a showcase gemstone because of its optical effect, but also perfect as an accent gemstone because of its sort of earthy colour tone. Because of the golden hues, it will work with most metal tones as well. You just can't go wrong when you're working with this gorgeous gemstone. It's a gemstone that we've been very successful in sourcing since day one here at JewelleryMaker, and now I think the quality of the tiger's eye has gone through the roof, just like the rest of the gemstones, and people are falling in love with this gemstone all over again. Gorgeous chatoyancy there. And it's very vivid on this because of the depth of colours that you've got on some of these gemstones. Absolutely fantastic. Hopefully you're able to see that chatoyancy. Lots of people multi-buying this particular strand already, adding tiger's eye to their collection. Actually, I can see why with the strand like this, because the size is also very versatile. You could use these as a feature, maybe along the wrist line. I was thinking as a bracelet, very comfortable. The puffy ovals and the puffy coins, that's it. I always get confused with the names of the cuts on JewelleryMaker. But yeah, really, really comfortable. Maybe if you did want to use multiple gemstones in a bracelet design, but then of course, still large enough to be used as a pendant. Maybe droplet style, maybe you could use 2, or you could just use 1. They are 18 by 13 millimeters. Absolutely large enough, maybe just on gold chain. So fantastic. Over 200 carats, no wonder we got people multi-buying that at $7.95. It's another add it to your order price, isn't it? We'll leave that one with you, we're gonna move on. I'm gonna bring you another essential finding, but once again, it's high end on top of high end. Talking about gold plated sterling silver in your little ball head pins. Now a lot of the designers tell me that if you actually try to source your findings elsewhere, you'll be hard pushed to find the little ball head pins. Often it's just the flat head pins they offer. Now that is really useful because it becomes a feature of your design. Maybe if you want to create those bubble style bracelets and necklace designs that are very on trend, very popular at the moment, you need a little feature in your head pin, don't you? And the balls are fantastic for that. Gold plated sterling silver, again, another industry within jewellery making where we're expecting to see increase in the prices, the gold industry. And so anytime you get an opportunity to invest in gold plated sterling silver, snap it up, especially on an essential item like your head pins. You get 20 here for $6.95, and if you are intending to sell your designs, maybe this winter is the first time you're going to be selling your designs at craft fairs, you need to be showing an attention to detail from start to finish on these designs, and that includes the findings you use. Gold plated sterling silver hairpins available right now for $6.95. We'll leave that on with you, and we're going to move on, because it is now time to bring you another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker, and time for another star buy. We're going to launch a premiere strand now from the Beryl family. Now this has been classified as multicoloured aquamarine, and you do get a variation in the colour tones of your aquamarine here, but I'll probably be more comfortable classifying this as Beryl, because I can also see a lot of goshenite and morganite on the strand as well. So an added bonus for everybody out there. You have got March's birthstone. You can see that the predominant gemstone on this strand is aquamarine. The larger sizes are your aquamarines. I was going to say rondelles, but they're little wheels, aren't they? Yes, so the wheels have been graduated in size from 6x2mm up to 9x4. So the smaller gemstones on the outer edge of the strand, as you can see here, I would say a lot of those are goshenites and morganites. Not very heavily included morganites, because you've got a very subtle colour tone. You've got the sort of pastel pinks, very feminine tones. Beautiful clarity, of course, which will add to your design. So those are, for the most part, 6x2mm. As you move into the centre of the strand, that's where you've got the more sizable gemstones. And these are the multicoloured aquamarines. So they range from your sky blues and your icy blues up to the sort of green tones, and even some serious saturation in the central gemstones. Those are almost sort of Santa Maria aquamarines, if you like. I've just noticed here as well, this is why I would have preferred Beryl, because I think those are undeniably examples of Heliodor based on the golden tone. Of course, Beryl is reliant on different elements to give it its colour tones. So when you're looking at your aquamarine, your morganites are going to have almost an identical sort of chemical composition to the aquamarines, except for one difference. Basically, the aquamarine is going to have a lot more iron in it, and that's why it's gone blue, whereas your morganite's got a lot more manganese in there, so that's why it's gone pink. So you can see that it's just one little subtle variation that's providing the difference in colour, but here you've got, well, two of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, aquamarine and morganite, on one strand, giving you over 100 carats, and you're getting it all this evening for an exclusive launch price. This is a star buy deal, and if you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Very, very special price. This does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and so it represents the highest possible quality we can source for you. And I did bring you a strand of Beryl yesterday morning, and this will be the perfect accompaniment for that particular strand. If you do want to get involved, you know what to do. You need to log in at JewelleryMaker.com and click to buy now, or alternatively, you can dial that free phone number. Put yourself to the front of the queue. We only have a limited number of these. This is an exclusive premiere launch, giving you over 100 carats of multicoloured aquamarine. Well, at least that's how it's being classified, but you're also getting a huge number of morganites on this particular strand. Gemstones that were exclusively sold by Tiffany's when they were first discovered, and now you have the opportunity to add these to your collection. Might be that you have no intention of creating jewellery designs with this particular strand. Maybe you want the opportunity to add aquamarine and morganite to your gemstone collection. We're going to give you the price point that will allow you to do that. Here comes your exclusive launch price, $11.95 for over 100 carats of aquamarine. Well, what was the price point earlier? We did 1.3 carats set into 9 carat gold on our sister channel for £66. Over 100 carats here for $11.95. Now there is a difference in the finish, and of course those have been set into 9 carat gold, so the 9 carat gold has to be accounted for as well, but That in itself shows how prestigious this gemstone is because it's been set into precious metal. I would probably set these aside and set them into at least gold-plated sterling silver. That's the kind of quality we're looking at here, particularly when you see the saturation of colour here. In these central gemstones, this is the colour tone that you usually associate with aquamarine. And some of the rarest and most sought-after varieties of aquamarine, in fact, we touched on it before, and it's that Santa Maria aquamarine. Now this is the variety of aquamarine that was taking the industry by storm when I first started working for the company. Unfortunately, that mine is now depleted and we no longer are able to get new deposits of Santa Maria aquamarine, so it's very rare that we see this kind of colour saturation. Now these haven't come from that region, but they're definitely, you know, associated with that colour tone that I would normally classify with that variety of aquamarine. If you want to get involved with this deal, they are now flying out the door. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and we have offered you an exclusive launch price on this particular strand this evening, $11.95 for over 100 carats of aquamarine and morganite. Unbelievable. Absolutely beautiful, especially when you consider the fact that you've got these feminine tones as well as your sort of sky blues and baby blues. Morganite, of course, much more closely linked with the likes of Tiffany's, and of course here at the Genuine Gemstone Company we actually are privileged enough to be in the presence of the largest cut morganite in the world, so just goes to show you how prestigious these gemstones are. Of course, it's going to be very easy to work with this particular strand because of the cut here. You've got the wheels and you've got the polished finish on the outer edge of the gemstones. I mean, if you think about turning them on their side, where the way Mark was describing their use in macrame bracelets, they're going to go a lot further if you set them that way. Why do you love wheels then, Sam?
Yeah, because they actually roll up and down your wrist as opposed to just fall flat. They always.
So it's the feel once you're actually wearing them on your wrist line.
They roll really softly against your wrist.
They roll up and down your wrist, they do. They sort of glide rather than just sitting statically.
I'm letting you into lady secrets.
I see. This is a secret for ladies. Why? What's that? So that you can pretend you're listening to men, but really you're playing with your jewellery. Oh, I see. $11.95 is the exclusive launch price for over 100 carats of beryl or aquamarine, depending on how you see it. Is it this one? Fantastic. Love the colour tones here. These are the colour tones that I normally associate with, say, like Palaparacha sapphires. You know, when we talk about that mixture of the oranges and the pinks, that's what you've got here. Dyed quartz, and you can see quite a sort of innovative dyeing process here because it's almost like sort of tie-dye gemstone. So no two gemstones are going to be the same here. Graduating in size is coming up in about 20 minutes time. Moving on. Now, we've got very limited availability in this particular item, and you'll understand why when you see it. Cabochons, a hot property right now because of their connections with two of our most popular disciplines, soutache and wirework. Amber, very highly in demand, and not just by jewellery makers but by their clients. Had one customer contact me on Facebook to say that she'd been commissioned to create an amber design because her client believed that amber was so sought after that it was more valuable than gold. Not sure if that's true or not. Don't know about the base value of it, but I imagine she's talking about within a jewellery design. And of course it's often referred to as liquid gold frozen in time, isn't it? And just look at that. It actually forms from tree resin, and of course the tree resin comes from the Jurassic period. Some people might already know that reference because of the film, but I think that in itself holds a sort of mystique to it. because of course this would have been around at the time of the dinosaurs, and it really does almost show you a little snapshot of history, doesn't it? Especially when you see the little inclusions. Sometimes you find little insects that are actually trapped inside the tree resin. The one we had last week actually had a little fly trapped inside it, didn't it? So that's a little snapshot of history, if you like. Amber cabochons here. They range in size from 14 to 17 mil. That's based on the fact that there is a variation in the shapes available. So I think it is an oval, a round, a cushion cut and a heart. I believe those are the variations. So you could get any of those, who knows? It's literally a sort of lucky dip situation. You could, if you don't want to take too many risks, actually you could get a marquise cut, a heart, a rectangle, a square, a round and a droplet. Or the oval, of course, that's what I'm holding. It's available right now for $7.95. In other parts of the world, amber is so heavily revered that you would seriously be hard pushed to actually get hold of it, let alone get hold of it for $7.95. So anytime we give you the opportunity to own this, snap it up, because it is a very, very popular gemstone. $7.95 for your amber cabochon. Moving on to so. Whoa. This is not just fire opal. This is JewelleryMaker fire opal. No, I wasn't going to say that, I promise. It's actually cherry opal, the rarest variety of fire opal, in fact, where you've got that rich ruby red intensity. Fantastic quality here. Well, I know I get in trouble for using this well, but it's jewellery quality. And I say that with confidence because it's a calibrated gemstone, perfect clarity. Each one's going to be virtually identical. It's around about 6 mil round, giving you 0.4 carats. If you got hold of your prong setting kit last week, this is a must-have. Maybe, however, you are in fact a gemstone collector and you have no intention of setting this into a design. This is one of the most fantastic examples of fire opal I've ever seen. Now, the rarest colour tones to find in fire opal are these rich reds. The reason for that, of course, is that fire opal forms from quickly cooled lava, and so it tends to retain those intense colour tones. Of course, the reds are the most intense of all, and so this is quite a rare find, and to get it in a near perfect example like this, in terms of its clarity and its colour saturation, this has never previously been available on the channel. It actually comes with its certificate of authenticity. It has been bundled with other items from this particular collection, but we've never offered you this as an individual item. So yes, you do get your certificate of authenticity. So maybe you want to create some very professional looking rings to sell at your craft fairs. This would be perfect. You can actually offer your customer the certificate of authenticity to prove it is what you say it is, because it's so rare people might not believe you. 0.4 carat to fire opal here. I think if I was getting hold of this and I had the prong setting kit, I'd probably have to keep it, but that's just maybe because I find fire opal the most interesting variety of all opals, and cherry opal being the rarest variety is something very, very special. One for the collectors in my eyes. If you want to get involved, once again, you know what to do. Start dialing the free phone number or log in at JewelleryMaker.com and add this to your basket. If you are adding it to your basket already, please make sure you check out, because we only have a limited number available in stock. Let's have a look at our price point for this individual item. $14.95. Wow. If you set that into a sterling silver setting, I think you'd be hard pushed to find that ring design in a jeweller's for, how much is a sterling silver prong setting? $7.95. So we're talking about just over £20 for a fire opal, 0.4 carats. It's a no-brainer. Got to be getting that into your collection, particularly if that is something that you're interested in, if that's something that you've just sort of started and you're planning to develop your jewellery making journey into those professional looks of prong setting calibrated gemstones into the ring mounts, I think this is a must-have. $14.95 for 0.4 carats of fire opal. Gorgeous clarity, and just let's have a look at the depth of the coulee on that gemstone. So you can actually really go to town in exhibiting your gem quality gemstones. I'm going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Oh, now we're going for another variety of fire opal. This time you've got more of the sort of tangerine and golden hues coming through. So these would have taken a little longer to cool than the cherry opals, and actually as a result on this strand you've got an even rarer phenomenon in that we've actually got that traditional opalescence, that pin fire, but in your fire opal. Very, very rare. Shows the quality of the fire opal, and also the fact that they've been able to isolate so many orange fire opals or golden fire opals, depending on how you look at it. Absolutely fantastic. And of course, if you subscribe to my orange gemstone theory, then these will be perfect, because not only do they provide you with that warmth, but actually you could see the pin fire then, by the way, on that recording. As it came around the corner, you could see a bit of the pin fire. Not only that, but they provide you with a fiery texture as well, given that you've got the rough cut nuggets. They range in size from 3x1 to 13x4, and I just heard the words should be priced. So currently these are available on our website. Producer Liam's not messing around tonight. He's taking it down to bargain town. 100 carats of fire opal should be $12.95. We've just taken it down to the lowest ever price of $9.95. There's no way we should be getting anywhere near that price point for fire opal of this quality, particularly when somebody's gone to the trouble of actually colour graduating this for you, creating that tangerine fire opal strand. So much texture from the organic cuts, and even a little bit of pin fire there. So I don't think anybody's going to have too many arguments about this being a member of the opal family when they see the pin fire. You can actually explain to them that it's actually very rare to see that in this variety of opal, but because of the quality you've been able to source, it is definitely visible. Absolutely incredible. Once again, an 84 centimetre strand. And just like we were discussing before, I mean, can you imagine a tree of life created with this very vibrant tangerine tone? That's going to take people's breaths away.
You can do like a volcano instead.
Fantastic.
I just thought about that.
Sam's just made a brilliant suggestion. Instead of creating tree of life, why not create volcanoes of life? And you can actually use the exact same wire work techniques to almost create a sort of volcanic eruption. I like that. Will you make it for us so we can see it?
Yeah.
Sam's going to make it, and then we'll see it on another show. You can't show it tomorrow because I'm not on the show. Wednesday it is. Moving on to... Oh, sorry. Totally misheard you then. Here we go then. Whoa, is this lavender amethyst? It's fantastic. Very, very feminine. Very reminiscent of the purple sapphires we saw on that strand earlier in the show. Very similar colour hue. Feminine tones. And of course, amethyst is a must-have for most jewellery makers because people are aware of the gemstone. It provides them with credibility, but when most people think of a gemstone, they think of those regal purples, which might be a little bold for some people. Maybe it doesn't suit their skin tone or their hair colour. Maybe it doesn't suit a lot of their attire. But when you've got the more subtle colour saturation, that femininity from the lavender amethyst, I think you're, again, providing yourself with greater design scope, more opportunities to appeal to, well, maybe the girly girls, if you like. Maybe me. I'll tell you what, we offered you an incredible collection of gemstones earlier. Topaz, Peridot and garnet. The only thing missing from that collection was amethyst, really, wasn't it? And now we're giving you the chance to own that as well. Love that. That was very limited, I'm afraid. So I would say probably those are 4 of the most notorious gemstones on the market. We already gave you the opportunity to own blue topaz, green peridot, red garnet, and now we're bringing you the very feminine lavender amethyst. Top drilled faceted droplets ranging in size from 5x4 to 8x4, currently available at 50p a carat. But we're not staying there. Down to $11.95, so we're now handing you back the equivalent of your P&P as well. 30 carats of lavender amethyst for $11.95. This, as I say, is a must-have for most jewellery makers. Certainly amethyst is a must-have, but lavender amethyst for me adds a whole new dimension to working with the gemstone. Not only is it February's birthstone, not only is it very, very popular, but you've got the femininity from one angle, and then in the other light source that we're seeing here, it's almost got a sort of tanzanite blue to it, hasn't it? Very sophisticated, and something a little bit different, I think, because the colour tone is similar to the purples we associate with amethyst. Everyone will know it's the real deal, but often it's the variations that actually excite people, because probably already own traditional amethyst, in all honesty. So to see some beautiful lavender amethyst that's actually been faceted, I think is going to potentially be a big seller. $11.95, but that price reduction is only available for the next 60 minutes or while stocks last. We're moving on, and are you serious? We're now bringing you another of the big 4 this evening. We've already been able to bring you sapphires, and now we're bringing the chance to own rubies. Of course, this is the sister stone of sapphires. They actually have the same chemical composition. They're known as corundum, and basically ruby is a colour classification of corundum. So all the other colour tones are known as sapphires, but the red corundums are known as rubies. And of course, again, another gemstone that we have mindful for thousands of years and has very, very strong associations with opulence, sophistication, and of course, love and passion. Now, if you want to get involved with this deal, I'm afraid I only have single figures of availability. So again, collectors, if you're missing any gemstones from, you know, the traditional varieties that you might want to add to your collection, ruby's got to be up there, being one of the big 4, big 5, depending on how you look at it. It's funny I said that actually, because I actually think rubies go beautifully with tanzanite. So if you did get hold of the tanzanite that we brought you during the last hour, I think that'd be a fantastic combination. I actually discovered that on the show. Although I'll tell you another thing this does go fantastically well with. Yellow gold. Got to be setting your rubies into yellow gold. I've explained this previously. It's basically to do with where you find ruby traditionally on your colour wheel. There's only one colour between your reds and your purples, and that's blue. And you tend to neutralise the blue using yellow. So if you set the rubies into the yellow gold, it draws out the reds and the purples, and therefore accentuates the colour. Now, the beauty of this particular strand is that it's not a traditional red ruby. This is an alternative variety. It's the sort of the rough cut and then polished rondelles. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. Basically, because the way it's been polished, it's actually brought a little bit of chatoyancy out on the surface of the gemstone. Not on every gemstone, just to be clear, but I am definitely seeing it on certain gemstones. I think it might be coming through. There it is, you see it? A little bit of chatoyancy. And not only that, but you've got a much richer combination of reds and purples here. Wow, $14.95. Again, this is a birthstone, and we're looking at July's birthstone at the moment. So there you go. If you know somebody whose birthday's in July, and maybe you're starting to think about their Christmas gift, you can actually invest in their birthstone for $14.95. I suppose ruby's one of those birthstones which a lot of people probably think they'll never have the opportunity to own, because, you know, it does have those associations with top-end jewellery design, doesn't it? Oh, we've only got 4 remaining in stock, so I will give you a quick flash of this. I couldn't even remember the cut of the tanzanite before. I just thought, oh, doesn't ruby and tanzanite go very well together? The strand we brought you that actually was, did you say it was a sellout? Yeah, I don't think we've got too many of the tanzanites remaining. Speak to a member of the help team who will be able to guarantee it. But also, the cuts mirror one another.
If you did get the tanzanite, I'd definitely get the ruby at that price.
Yeah, that's true actually. Sam makes a great point. So if you did get hold of the tanzanite, it's a no-brainer. You've paid your P&P, so at $14.95 you don't want to be missing out on this ruby, particularly as they're going to work so well together, because again, the tanzanites will draw the purple hues out of a ruby. Traditionally, you actually gain a higher valuation for a ruby if there is a purple hue as well as the red. So it's not all about those sort of pigeon blood reds. You do need to have that little purple hue to add value to the gemstone. We're moving on. And we're moving on from, it's like we're working backwards here. Because, shall I just tell you, I just made a mistake. This is, now that I see it in the studio lights, this is rainbow coated quartz, isn't it? Mystic coated quartz, yeah, as you say, very similar treatment. But from a distance, I actually thought we were moving from July's birthstone into June's. I thought this was rainbow moonstone because of the little flicker of colour tone you got there. Really, really interesting treatment that we've given this gemstone, because I think when most people are working with their quartz, they want that clarity. And you do get that for the most part, but here, just trying to enhance Mother Nature's work, and we've given it this mystic coating, so you get this play of colour when the light hits the faceted surface of the gemstone. This is currently available at $9.95. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It's the highest possible quality we can source for. You can see that not only in the quality of the faceting that's been placed on the surface of these gemstones, but also that treatment. It's really bringing the gemstone to life, isn't it? A whole rainbow of colour tones there. It's very similar to the sort of swirl of colours you see when you blow a bubble, if you like, that sort of oil and water feel. And if you do want to get involved, start dialing now, because we are going to give you yet another exclusive price reduction. Should be £10, but this evening we're taking it down to Bargain Town, $6.95, and add it to your order price for what I would describe as an essential gemstone strand for most jewellery makers. You've got that traditional sparkle, you've got the clarity, but you've also got that very contemporary look, I think, in terms of that coating. It's going to just give a lift to certain designs, and of course, whatever you set it with, the coating will pick up on those colour tones, and that's the kind of sparkle that you're going to get. I mean, right now I'm seeing lots and lots of pinks and purples, and I think it's picking up the colour tones from my shirt effectively. There you go, $6.95 a clearance price, and it looks like we've done our job, because it seems like that might well be cleared out. Looks like a sellout opportunity. $6.95, we'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on, because it is now time to bring you another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another star buy, and we are going to be launching a premiere strand of multicoloured quartz. Now here, the reason the quartz is multicoloured is because of the dyeing process that we've used. We've actually used variations of the dyes to create an almost tie-dye effect, if you like. I will just say this dyeing process takes place quite early on in the process, and I know that there are a few jewellery makers who in the past have had sort of excess dye on the strands. If that ever occurs, it's not a flaw in the gemstone or anything like that. Simply wipe your gemstone strand with a warm cloth, and you'll literally wipe off the excess dye, and you won't have that problem. But you won't have that problem anyway with this particular strand, because the dyeing process does happen at a different part of its treatment. Over 400 carats for this particular strand, and as ever, faceted to perfection. They look really fruity, don't they? I'm trying to think of the fruit they remind me of.
I think it's the lollipop you get from the beach.
A lollipop you get on the beach.
That's what it reminds me of.
That's what you're thinking. That's the imagery that's being brought to Sam's head when she sees these gemstones. I love to pick at people's brains when they're looking at gemstones and see what kind of imagery, what kind of connotations are sort of bouncing around in their brains. These are your faceted rondelles, so they actually range in size from 8x5 to 19 by 12 mil. Very, very significant looks. You could actually create a graduated macrame bracelet. You could try to kind of colour match them, although you might like to play on the variations of colour. They all work together. Yeah, nectarine colours, definitely what I was going for when I was thinking of how fruity they were. So yes, Bruce, I'm in total agreement with you. Bruce, my director, he was thinking they look a bit like juicy nectarines. What about you then, Liam? Let's hear your... I'm so sorry. He just made me laugh so much. He's like, oh, we just went to him and just a little delay and he went, I don't really know. Someone just bought 10 of these! Really loudly. And then he said, just as a conclusion, he went, I don't really do fruit. He's a vegetarian that doesn't eat fruit. How he gets through the day. Unbelievable. Oh, Liam, you're such a joker. But I will say one thing. He's right to bring everybody's attention to this. We only have a limited number to launch, and someone just bought 10 of these! Oh, that's why. I didn't know about the launch price on this particular strand. And so, yes, very, very impressive. $7.95. I have to say, when we were looking at the blue and purple agates earlier, they looked very uniformed. I know that that's going to be ideal for a lot of jewellery makers. But if you do want a gemstone that can maybe lead you through the design process and maybe spark your initial inspiration, I think something like this is far more likely to do it because of those swirls of colour, because of the variations, and of course the shape's slightly different. They're not uniformed either, ranging from 8x5 to 19 by 12. I'm thinking, once again, you could break this up and use the different size gemstones in completely different designs, or you could actually use the graduation as the design itself. So lots of scope for design here, particularly when you look at the variations in the colour tones. And yes, I think you've got a multicoloured quartz for every jewellery making scenario there. Huge influx of buyers coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. If you have placed this in your basket, please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. And Sarah's text through, regular customer here at Jewellery Maker, texting from Aberdeen, saying, Ed, that strand of quartz, I saw the exact same one as a bracelet with a macrame knot at the back. It was £47. And so I'm guessing that there wouldn't have been this number of gemstones in the macrame bracelet. So you're saying the same gemstones being used. Well, this probably even not this many because your wrist's probably more slender than this. So let's say that's about a quarter of the gemstones. I mean, you won't actually only need 6 to 8 in a macrame bracelet. Let's say they were being generous and they put 12 in it. They only had a slider knot. They didn't even have a ribbon cord ending to close it off like our jewellery makers do. So there you go. What do you need? Let's be conservative and say a third of the gemstones. Put sterling silver and ribbon cord ending on there, and there you go. You can charge even more than £47 because you've actually added semi-precious metal as well. That's the fruit I was thinking of. Yeah, me too. Bruce, you and I were on the same fruit page there. Sorry, somebody texted you to say, don't they look a bit like lychees? I think I reacted like Liam. Yes, lychees is what I was thinking of. Yes, Lisa, you nailed it. I didn't want to say it.
You did a little bump when you did.
I did. I jumped up with excitement that somebody knew the same thing as me. That I love the fact that genuine gemstones spark this much debate about imagery. You wouldn't get this with a piece of cut glass, would you? So there you go. I agree with you. Lychees, that's what they put in my mind as well. $7.95 is our exclusive launch price on that particular strand. We are going to have to leave that on with you. Is that correct? Yeah, it is flying out the door, as you heard. Lots of multi-buyers there. We're going to go to a quick break. And so stay tuned because of course we've got some exciting opportunities coming up in the final hour. We've got the Pyrite coming up at past and the Tiger's Eye being launched as our superstar buy, so don't move a muscle.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled, and what Sanjay is doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Natalia Coleman for the Introduction to Leather DVD. Natalia will guide you through new techniques including how to create rings, cufflinks, earrings and necklaces. You will also learn how to use the essential tools you need to work with leather, along with lots of helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Do you make jewellery as a hobby? Would you like to learn key skills to help you successfully market and sell your handmade jewellery? We are working with Angela Edwards, who is an experienced jewellery maker as well as a small business trainer, to bring you the perfect course to help develop basic business skills. The full course includes how to create a business plan to successfully sell your products, how to access current and potential customers, how to identify and profile your target market, how to generate leads to secure current and future sales, how to use online social networking to your advantage, and key knowledge on legal requirements and insurances. For information about dates and to reserve your place, please contact 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. This is actually the final hour of the show, and you know what that means. We're going to conclude with our superstar buy, which is actually only about half an hour away. Not long to wait at all before you can add these Tigersite drops to your order. Absolutely gorgeous. Probably one of the most high-end strands of Tigersite we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. Just have a look at that chatoyancy. It is fantastic. Very high polished finish as well. In fact, you can see the studio lights being reflected in the surface of the gemstone. Fantastic. Each and every one large enough to be used as a pendant, but you could also maybe integrate them into designs in other ways, maybe as leaves. Oh, actually, yeah, well, autumn leaves, aren't they? Or maybe acorns, something like that. If you were creating autumnal themed designs, of course, you could actually probably get away with using those as cabochons, in all honesty. Now, we've had a lot of texts asking us about this particular bundle. It's probably all of our most popular colours of coated pyrite bundled together, coming at a very exclusive price, but my warning, I've got 40 of this bundle available. Sam's virtually in tears. She's inconsolable because she knows she's definitely not going to get hold of this one tonight. Fantastic gemstone, very, very popular with jewellery makers, all of our most popular colour tones, and that will be available in about 15 minutes, and not long to wait at all. Time now for some more clearance deals, and we've created a double deal. So we've bundled two together. That means we can give you a clearance price. This is your peach moonstone. It's fantastic peach moonstone. Very bright colour tone there. I love it. It's got a beautiful variation. It ranges from those peach tones into the golden shades. I absolutely love that. Faceted rondelles, again, you've got the traditional sparkle and faceted finish, which people associate with high-end jewellery design. And you've got the feminine variety of June's birthstone, a gemstone which has been revered for thousands of years, set into design since 100 AD. Oh, I love the little shiller that you can get there. It's fantastic. Very subtle optical effect from this variety of moonstone. That gorgeous little shiller. Normally, if you were to invest in these two strands, it would be $23.90, which is $11.95. Normally, per strand. They do, of course, come from our Gems of Distinction range. Highest possible quality we can source for you. Normally, $11.95 per strand this evening. Buy one, get one for just £3. $14.95, a double deal. £7.50 a strand here for 90 carats of peach moonstone. You get 90 carats on both strands, by the way, 180 carats in total. Huge number of gemstones, actually, on these strands, when you consider the fact that you have got a graduation. They range from 5x3 up to 9x5. These make gorgeous sort of charms. And look at that shiller there. Can you see that? The effect that you get from this gemstone. June's birthstone. Beautifully feminine variety, and love the slightly sort of golden tone that you've got with this peach moonstone. $14.95. And we're going to go from one extreme to the other here. So we're going from the very heavily faceted feminine gemstones to the organic, rough, dramatic gemstones. So here we go. Howlite. And actually, do you know what these are reminding me of? They almost look like rough cut kyanite when it comes out the mine. That's what they look like. They've got that cashmere blue tone to them, and they've got that frosty finish because of the sort of organic nature of the gemstones, those rough cut nuggets. They range in size from 8x6 to 14x8, lots of variations in the sizes and shapes because they are the rough cuts. 80 carats on each strand, so 160 carats in total. Normally $15.90, so normally $7.95 per strand. But once again, we're going to take these down to a clearance price. Buy one, get one for £3. So this evening you can have these to order for just £10.95. Lots and lots of people like to work with the textured gemstones, the rough cuts, because it gives you that organic finish, but also the irregularities in the gemstones provide you with a bespoke and unique design every single time. No two jewellery makers are going to get the same size and shape of highlight across their strands, because, I mean, you can just see the variations there. They're almost like icicles, aren't they? Should be $15.90 right now. Add it to your order for just $10.95. So that's effectively £5 put back in your pocket, isn't it there? Gorgeous. We're going to move on. I love this one. My sister was looking at this earlier today, producer Liam. She was very intrigued by the quality of the garnet and the price point that you could achieve. You'd think she'd know by now. We're Jewellery Maker. We offer everybody the best value on the market. So 95 carats on each strand, 190 carats in total. Very, very traditional colour tone. I think when people think of garnet, they think of this sort of strawberry red tone. Or actually, with the depth there, it's more like a red wine, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Very sort of dynamic facets on these droplets. Perfect for creating very high-end jewellery designs, maybe matching sets of droplet earrings and pendants. Maybe you do want to create a garnet floral motif and use them as petals, or you can use them as wings of a butterfly or dragonfly. Oh, intriguing. Sam is saying that these should be matched up with the pyrite. Any specific ones, Sam?
Any of them really. If you just put them as the...
Oh, so you're going to use these as the stamen?
So they can just glitter just a little bit and then not take too much away from the garnet.
I like that. So they're going to give you a little metallic shimmer to attract the eye to it, but they're not going to overpower the garnet, because you're going to have a larger carat weight of garnet in each flower. That's a great idea. Actually, you could set maybe 4 or 5 onto a piece of monofilament as the stamen, couldn't you? Because they are quite delicate, the pyrites. And then use some of the larger garnets to create the petals. These are just ideas. Of course, maybe you are a January baby. Maybe you've always wanted to own garnet of this quality with this depth of colour that offers you this rich lustre, and you just want to be really indulgent and create a very gem heavy or carat weight heavy garnet necklace design for yourself. Normally, if you were to invest in these 2 strands of garnet, it would set you about £35.90. When you see the quality of the garnet and the sizable gemstones that you've got here, you'll be more than impressed to get this for just £20. Another huge saving there. Effectively saving over £15 with this particular bundle. This is how we do clearance on the Late Show Jewellery Maker. We bundle them together and create a wholesale deal. So normally 1 strand is £17.95. Tonight 2 for £19.95. Hold on a second. I can't believe it. Just from doing some simple mental arithmetic, I've just realised that you can buy some of the finest quality garnet we've ever stocked here at Jewellery Maker for £2 as part of this deal. Look at that colour tone there. It's like a strawberry red, isn't it? It's like the kind of colour tone you see. Actually, do you know what it is? When you look into a jar of jam, you know, you get that intense strawberry red tone. That's what I'm seeing when I look into the garnet. More imagery. What are you seeing, Sam?
Get back to me. I'm seeing a few things.
Get back to me. Liam, is this projecting any imagery into your mind? I said a jar of, you know, rich strawberry jam. You having any other imagery into your mind right now?
I think I'll agree with you. I actually, now you've said jam, all I can see is jam.
So actually, that's interesting what Liam's saying. He's saying that when he looks at it, he's thinking of rubies. And when you consider that when most people think of gemstones, they're going to think of one of the big 4, the fact that you can associate this with rubies, the iconic red gemstone, that does go to show the quality of the garnet we're dealing with here. And haven't even touched on the fact that these are 23 centimetre strands as well. So you've got a huge number of gemstones here. Each one's been faceted to perfection in my eyes, because they've placed these facets where you're going to get the greatest play of light. So not a uniformed faceting on any of the gemstones, although it's very similar, but I really think the Labradoodles put a lot of thought into creating the greatest play of light. Because of the depth of colour, it's almost a lustre you're getting there, isn't it? The reflective quality you see on those faceted edges. There you go, that just goes to show this, the depth of colour. Absolutely fantastic. So normally one strand would be £17.95. Tonight, just £10 for each strand. That means you buy one, you get one for £2. Unbelievable. If somebody said to me, do you want to buy this garnet for £2? I might be tempted. If they told me I could get the whole strand for the equivalent of £2, I think I'd be piling in on the phone lines. £19.95, a clearance price point, a double deal on some of the finest garnet we've ever stocked. Love the finish on this chrysoprase, and actually, how about these together if you are thinking about Christmas designs? Well, I'm thinking you've got your holly leaves and your berries there. Maybe for a little brooch or something. Because the elongation on, or the little pear drops, almost the same shape as a holly leaf. You could actually wire wrap with chartreuse wire to create the little sort of spiky part of a holly leaf, if you like. You like that? And then all you need to do is just get a little collection of your garnets and cluster them to create that berry effect. You see it? Yeah? You like that? Just about works. I think if somebody had the skills to actually sort of wire wrap the gemstones and set that, they could make a really effective piece there. Little festive brooch perhaps, or you could go to town, I suppose, and create a sort of gemstone wreath for your door if you wanted. Oh, I wouldn't put it on your front door though. Might get half-inched if you like. 19.90. So normally these strands are £9.95 again. This has to be the highest quality chrysoprase I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker.
I like your idea, but to do it on a tree instead, so you can still enjoy it.
Do it. Put it on your Christmas tree. Yeah. Good thinking, Sam. There you go. Don't put it on your front door. Don't be putting hundreds of carats of gemstones on your front door. That is asking for trouble, isn't it? Now, when we think about chrysoprase, generally think of, I suppose, this sort of green tone, but actually I think we should more consider this colour, because chrysoprase actually is derivated from two different Greek words, gold leek. So we're expecting to see those golden hues emanating from the centre of the gemstone. Yes, you want that beautiful, rich pastel green tone, but you should also see a little golden hue there. That's what shows you this is top quality chrysoprase, and that's what you've got on these particular strands. It's quite an interesting finish that you get with chrysoprase, almost a sort of translucency, if you like, quite a sort of waxy lustre. And it really looks such a high-end gemstone once it's been polished and then faceted, and that's exactly what you've got here. I mean, you could just use these to inject a bit of vibrancy into your look for the day. Maybe just two of these set onto a pair of shepherd hooks certainly will inject a bit of vibrant colour tone in there, but we know that green gemstones are popular. They go with any other colour tone because that is Mother Nature's design. Normally $19.90. $9.95 per strand, but this evening we do have a clearance deal for you. $11.95. Once again, buy one, get one for £2, same as we offered you on the garnet. Incredible value. Now, this chrysoprase does come from the Gems of Distinction range, so it does represent the highest possible quality we can source for you, and I think that that is evident in the colour saturation as well as the finish that you've got on the gemstones. Buy one, get one for £2, and if you do like the idea of using these in maybe a little festive design with the garnets, make sure you send it into the Wall of Fame, because I definitely want to see it. Amazing clearance deal there, taking that down to buy one, get one for £2. We continue with our clearance double deals here. And now we're bringing you one of the most recognisable gemstones on the planet, one of the most heavily used gemstones by high street jewellers and nowadays bespoke jewellery designers, because it provides you with credibility, because people recognise the gemstone. They're far more likely to invest in a gemstone that they're confident about, that they're comfortable in maybe discussing with you, somebody who could potentially be seen as more knowledgeable than themselves, because they're going to be aware of this. So that it actually often is described as a bit of an icebreaker at craft fairs, because people are aware of amethyst. They'll come up, have a look at your designs, and then because people like to give themselves a bit of a pat on the back, the fact that they're aware of amethyst and they can identify it almost becomes a way of building rapport with your customers. Now these, again, beautifully faceted, and you've got that oval shape. So again, you've got design scope. You could use these in sort of elaborate motifs, or you could just keep it simple, set these into traditional designs, and you can't go wrong. You've got that rich, regal purple, so synonymous with the gemstone itself, a gemstone which has strong associations with, I suppose, romance, with it being February's birthstone and therefore connected to Valentine's Day, but also regality, opulence. It was actually known as the personal favourite gemstone of Catherine the Great, and she used to have all of her fleets of ships used to have amethyst coloured sails, something that I learned recently actually. You can never know everything about gemstones. That's why I love gemology. The more you learn, the more you want to learn, and the greater your understanding. So you start to understand things people have told you in the past as you develop your knowledge. Amethyst is a great place to start, because as I say, so many people are aware of it, and you can see that you could actually create quite a feminine design, because it goes so well with my pink shirt there, that actually now that I've set it on top of the pinks, it almost looks like a lavender tone. It's almost toning it down. Whereas if I was to maybe take the golden pyrite, and there you go, we're bringing out that regality now. So depending on how you want to use this in your designs, and bearing in mind you've got two complete strands here, they're both gem heavy strands, so you can certainly create a number of designs. We only have a limited number in stock, I'm afraid. $15.90, normally $7.95 for that much amethyst. That in itself's amazing. 2 strands for £10. Was not expecting that price point. Unbelievable. £5 per strand for faceted amethyst. We just heard from one of our customers, but Sarah was saying she saw quartz set into a macrame design in a shop for £47. This is faceted amethyst. This is a similar quality to the kind of gemstones I see being set into 9-carat gold elsewhere. £10 for both strands. Oh, I'm so shocked. So, my producer just said, oh, this is going to be a sellout deal. Yeah, I should think so. That is amazing. Director Bruce, you were a bit taken with this strand, weren't you? Ah, this is what you were talking about last week, because over 10 or 11 years of working with the company, of course, you've filmed hundreds of gemstones, and you're saying the ones that sort of stick in your mind, you can identify them as top quality, and this is one that you fell in love with when you were filming it. Amazing. Okay, some people are going to miss out there because people are still coming through. I'm sorry, that is going to be a sellout deal. We are going to move on. Is it? I'm so upset. It's star buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for a star buy that I think is going to break a few people's hearts, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, I'm going to be upfront with you right now. There aren't going to be enough of these to go round. It's one of our most popular gemstones, particularly in the coated varieties. It's a bit of a money saver for a lot of jewellery makers. It allows you to integrate a metallic shimmer into your designs without investing in precious metals, and it is of course known as fool's gold. Beautiful pyrite here. You've got 5 strands. You've got very vivid colour tones here. You've got the round pyrite in the sort of 18 karat gold coating. Not plating, to be clear. It is just a colour coating of a sort of 18 karat gold. Then you've got the violet tones. You've got the royal blue. You've got the antique gold. And you've got the green gold. Now this particular gemstone is very, very popular. One of the reasons that it does provide you with that metallic shimmer is because of the way it forms. And you can see here that naturally it forms in the same kind of colour tone as gold itself. More of a sort of antique-y gold, I guess, an old gold. But of course we found the way to coat these particular strands of pyrite and give it a whole new lease of life. Now you'll also notice from this particular structure the way the crystals form. Very isometric structures, not necessarily uniformed, but these sort of microscopic crystal structures are isometric. They're 8-sided or 6-sided structures, and that gives them a single refractive index, exactly the same as a diamond. And so that's why you get that strong shimmer. Now, I'm going to give everybody a little bit of a head start here. I know I'm going to get in trouble, but start dialing now. I know the graphics aren't on screen yet, but 0800 644 655. It should be ringing. The code's on screen. I'm a little bit upset because I know I'm going to disappoint some people here. It's going to fly out the door. Pyrite of Penzance. I like it. Good title. And I love the colour tones here. You don't need a great deal of these, and they're going to make your other gemstones go a lot further. In fact, I was just thinking you could use these as spacers in your designs. Unbelievable. I'll say, I'm just thinking, maybe this strand of Aquamarine, set it with the navy blues as spacers, just to make the aquamarines go a little bit further, and it also gives you more of a traditional finish. Look at that. That's a fantastic combination. Or what was I saying earlier? The garnets with the golds. That works beautifully, doesn't it? Ooh, how about the chrysoprase with the greens? Because you actually got a slight golden hue in there as well. So that works. Oh, look at these. This is just fantastic. Oh dear, it looks like this is going to be a sellout deal. $29.75 is your price point this evening. That's if you bought the 5. Oh my word, you mean you're going to go even lower? Wow, no wonder people have bought 2s, 3s. Somebody's got 3 of these. Congratulations. We're never going to limit you to 1 here. Oh wow, you've taken this under £20. We only have 40. How many have we got left in stock now? It's going to be a sellout. I think if everybody checks out, I can see there's about 20 people. We've got global 2 or 3 times. Some are going to the continent, some are going to the States. Just goes to show you when we're doing deals like this, we are giving you the best value in the market. I'll tell you, should we take it on screen? Because I just think that we're going to annoy people now. Sorry about that one, but you know, we were limited to the stock we were working with, and it is an incredible deal. You can see how popular it is with our jewellery makers. Should we show people just how quickly that all these people came on screen? Sorry to direct from the floor there. I'll get in trouble later from Brucey Boy. Can't get the shot, don't worry. I've got a cool screen up here, and it is chock-a-block of names. I'm almost 100% sure that that is going to be a sellout deal. I think people will say, there you go, look at all those names. You can see the little brackets with ×2, ×3 next to it. Well done. Okay, we're going to move on. Don't forget, coming up, oh, it's only about 10-15 minutes away, another premiere launch for this evening's show. Gorgeous golden tiger's eye. Probably the highest quality tiger's eye we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. Could be used as little cabochons, could be used as pendants, could be used in your gemstone wreath, maybe as pine cones or autumn leaves. Fantastic. So this is coming up in about 15 minutes time, not long to wait at all. And I should just say, and I know I did comment on this at the start of the show, but producer Liam, congratulations on putting together this bundle. It's absolutely fantastic, and you can see the popularity of it. Yeah, you're definitely right on the money there, mate. Nice one. We're going to move on. I knew you were going to pick that because I was looking into all the gemstones down here, and it was just winking at me. It's my birthstone, so I'm always drawn to Rainbow Moonstone, but particularly when it offers you adularescence like this. Have a look once again. Whoa! Sorry. Look at the variation of colours here. I'm almost 100% sure we're going to be able to see the rainbows, possibly for the first time ever. This is the same kind of colour play as we see from Labradorite. That's what I'm going to go out on a limb and say. Have a look. Hope it comes through on screen. Look at that. It's actually clearer. When it's on my hand, I can see an actual rainbow. That's fantastic, isn't it? Easily the best strand of Rainbow Moonstone we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker, and the quality of the Rainbow Moonstone is ever increasing. And of course, it's another gemstone that tends to be very popular for sales in jewellery making, particularly at craft fairs or maybe with your personal clients. I mean, if I was commissioning a piece of jewellery, I'd want Rainbow Moonstone in it because it's my birthstone. It's a bit more difficult for men to wear pearls, so I tend to lean towards Rainbow Moonstone. As you can see, I'm actually wearing some today. I do often show this design, but you know, that's what happens when you actually do own some jewellery. You can't wait to show it off. It's your luxury item, isn't it? But I will say, this particular moonstone has been deemed good enough to set into a jewellery design, but it's a bit flat when you compare it to this strand, isn't it? What I've got there, a little bit of blue, maybe some purple from certain angles. I'm not getting any golden tones. I'm not getting any greens. I'm not getting a pink shimmer, which I just saw on one of these gemstones. Look at that. I don't think I've ever seen pink adularescence before. Look at that. Little rainbow. I'm enamoured by this particular strand. I suppose I could get it. Oh, look at this gemstone. No way. There you go. I've got the rainbow. Even on screen, you can see that, can't you? Orange, yellow, green, blue. On screen, I can see the variations in between as well. Oh my word. That is incredible. How many of these have we got? I want to buy all of the strands. let's just take it off air then. No, actually, I'm not that flush. Unbelievable. Well, this is a money-making strand. When people lay eyes on this gemstone, they're going to fall in love with it. Nobody can mistake this for a synthetic. There's no glass in the world that offers you this particular optical phenomenon. Well, not that I know of anyway. I suppose somebody in a lab somewhere might be doing something, but that's not what we're all about here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. Easily the best quality strand of Rainbow Moonstone I've ever had here, bearing in mind that this is not the optimum environment for seeing this kind of visual property in a gemstone. The fact that you can see this in our studio lighting just goes to highlight how good the gemstone is. When you get this home, when you look at this in your garden in sunlight, if you use Mark's trick and hang it up on the washing line, stand at north, east, south and west, so you get an idea of the variations of the adularescence you're going to get from different angles where the light enters the gemstone. To be honest, it's going to be like an episode of Casualty though. You're going to get this home and it's going to all start all happy and jolly. You're going to pull it out, you're You're going to look at the arborescence in your garden and you're going to faint because it's going to be so amazing. 45 carats for £25. That is incredible. Look at this. Can we just stay on this for a little bit long? Because I've seriously never seen rainbow moonstone of this colour. Look at that. That actually looks like labradorescence, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean by that? Normally we see quite a sort of pale blue tone, but on the labradorite we get more of a range of colour tones, don't we? That's got the same strength and range of colours as you'd normally see with a labradorite, but more of a sort of precious gemstone than a semi-precious gemstone, moving from labradorite to moonstone. Of course, well, labradorite was only discovered in the last century, whereas moonstone has been set into jewellery design since 100 AD. So you've got the sort of historic legacy attached to it, you've got the contemporary optical phenomenon attached to it. You just can't go wrong with it. And it's a birthstone. So you literally are ticking every box. I wonder if, because you've got the chatoyancy from the tiger's eye, these would work together. Now, they're two very different looks. It'd be a bit of a clash of styles, but sometimes that works, doesn't it? Yeah?
You could even place them all the way around.
Oh, wow. So you could actually almost frame it like you would in a soutache, but with rainbow moonstone. Wow. That's incredible. I think you're going to sell some of them designs. I wouldn't bother trying to sell those. Oh, look at Sam. Sam's like, there's no way I'm selling that design. I'm keeping it for myself. Amazing. Okay, the tiger's eye's coming up. Oh, my word. In about 5 minutes' time, ain't got long. Amazing. Cultured pearls. Always exciting to bring you cultured pearls because they're so popular. One of our fastest selling minerals here at JewelleryMaker. Particularly exciting at the moment because, as we know, we're expecting to see increases, industry-wide increases on the price of cultured pearls. They have placed new sanctions on the industry, and as a result, we've actually seen a 40% decrease in the cultivation of cultured pearls since they introduced these rules. And our suppliers, who we've been working with for about 10 years now, are telling us there is going to be an increase in price on pearls. At the moment, we're trying to give a bit of a swan song to our old prices, so until we get our next delivery of pearls, you can continue to enjoy the value you always have. Of course, we're still going to be providing you with the best value on the market, but it's just that there's going to be an industry-wide increase. So anytime you get the chance to invest in cultured pearls, I would grab it with both hands, particularly when you're looking at a pearl that's going to offer your design so much. Shocking pink here. Again, you could play on that colour tone, or you could tone it down by setting it with pastel tones. Unfortunately, we only have a limited number available, so if you want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number right now. Here comes your price point. Again, it's just totally ridiculous. Let me assure you, we're not trying to devalue gemstones. I always like to make that point because, you know, when you're taking genuine cultured pearls to this price point, you are in danger, I suppose, of making people associate them with a lower price point and not necessarily understand what they're getting hold of here. People might even mistake these for faux pearls, purely based on the price point. Don't tell anybody you're paying wholesale prices. Price your pearl jewellery appropriately, and then you can really benefit from the prices we're offering you here and the value. Incredible. Actually, do you know what? They almost look like little buttons. And often on sort of ball dresses, and I suppose not what you wouldn't want shocking pink on your wedding dress. Maybe you would. But yeah, is that okay? Yeah.
The girly girls.
Yeah, so really girly girls. Okay then, fair enough. But I was just thinking, you know, lots of people are involved in more than one kind of crafting, aren't they? So you might make jewellery, but you might also do sort of embroidery or haberdashery or what have you. And so these could form perfect buttons. I have seen pearls used as buttons many times. I'm trying to think. Like, yeah, like a communion dress or a wedding dress. They use them, traditionally white pearls, but of course for ball dresses you can use the shocking pink. £6.95, an incredible price point for pink cultured pearls, 9x8mm, and as I say, they are a little flatter than normal, so they would make fantastic buttons based on the depth. We're going to move on though. We want to fit in as many deals as we can before we launch our Tiger's Eye, which is coming up in about 5 minutes' time. There's a clock up there, by the way, in case you thought I was doing something strange then. I was just trying to get an idea. I guess all the girls can just see the clock.
No, it's all hidden behind the camera.
Actually, what am I talking about? Because Carol's probably as tall as me. Yeah, I would have thought so. There we go. Actually, Jenny's quite tall as well. Lucy's not short. Actually, probably everybody has to bend down. Sam can see, no problem. I was working with Jill yesterday. She'd be able to see because she's not very tall. Doesn't matter. Right, now we're giving you another opportunity to own September's birthstone. We've brought a lot of varieties of sapphire this evening, haven't we? From top of the line sapphire to the rough cut nuggets, and that's what we've got here. These nuggets range in size from 5x3 to 8x6, and again you've got that textured finish, that rough cut, which not only shows your customers that you are working with the real deal, but also can influence the look of your designs, because you're going to have a more organic finish, and you might actually like to, I mean, I've discussed this before, and I've working on a design where I'm using faceted droplets of morganite and the rough cut nuggets. So if you have got faceted sapphires, it might be quite nice to almost tell the story of where your sapphires have come from in the piece of jewellery itself. Incredible deal here, because we know that people tend to invest in birthstone jewellery. We know this is next month's birthstone. Often when people are investing in the big four, they're reluctant to sell those designs or give them away as gifts because they want to hold on to those prestigious gemstones. When you're dealing with the rough cut nuggets, you don't have to be quite so precious about how you distribute your carat weight of sapphire. And also, the price point we can offer, you could probably get hold of more than one strand. There's nothing wrong with multi-buying on this strand. We do have quite a healthy quantity. We've only seen this a handful of times, but it has proved to be very, very popular whenever it's been on air. You've got those rich midnight blue colours which most people associate with this particular gemstone, and you can add it to your order today for $6.95. We're talking about 50 carats of sapphire here. Totally ridiculous. As ever, it's in our remit to provide the best possible value on the market for genuine gemstones, and also to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. We want as many people to not only invest in the inherent value of genuine gemstones, but to understand where that inherent value comes from. These are Mother Nature's creations, revered for thousands of years, set into 18 karat gold and even platinum by some of the biggest designers on the planet, and yet we can provide you with that same opportunity to work with the gemstone. Midnight blue sapphire for $6.95. It almost sounds wrong just to say it. Sounds like an oxymoron. 50 carats of blue sapphire for $6.95. Sounds like I've been edited. So I've said 50 carats of blue sapphire, and then they've taken off the bit where I was saying, yeah, we've got these cubic zirconias for $6.95. Well, we haven't, because we're the genuine gemstone company. I was trying to think of something. Yeah, so we've got this strand of jasper for $6.95, and somebody's cut the two and put them together. 50 carats of sapphire for $6.95. Amazing value. I'm bowled over by some of the price points we've been able to offer you tonight. Incredible. And I have to say, I'm often drawn towards the rough cuts, and I think a lot of gemstone enthusiasts and collectors often are more intrigued by the rough cuts than the faceted varieties, because of course the faceted varieties don't tell as much of a story. Here you can almost see the way Mother Nature's pushed and pulled the sapphires through intense temperatures and pressures to form these gorgeous gemstones, and I think that actually adds an element of theatre to your designs. Actually, we're going to have to leave this one with you at just $6.95. I've got a huge number of people who have placed this in their basket. Please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because there's a lot of phone buyers coming through, multi-buying the strand in fact. So congratulations if you are coming through there. One of the big four for $6.95. We'll leave that one with you then, and we're going to move on because it's now time to launch. Is that right? Okay, we're going to do our superstar buy, the Golden Tiger's Eye, now. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for our superstar buy. This is our final shopportunity of the live hours. Don't forget, at 9 p.m. we will start to show you the designer inspiration shows, so you'll get to learn more, sort of a more focused approach into different disciplines that we offer here at Jewellery Maker, give you an idea of how to create a piece of jewellery from start to finish. So that's what will be coming on air from 9 p.m. But right now we have kept our most exclusive deal of the night to offer you as our superstar buy. And I think with Tiger's Eye, it pretty much ticks every box for jewellery makers. Depending on how you work, Tiger's Eye is going to fit the bill. That's the way I see it. Now, often we find the most popular gemstones are gemstones that offer you an optical effect. So if you think of labradorite and rainbow moonstone, they're often voted as our favourite gemstones. Well, Tiger's Eye is no exception. It offers you that gorgeous optical effect known as chatoyancy on the surface of the gemstone. And I have to say, I know I sound like a broken record, but this is some of the highest quality Tiger's Eye I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. We never really are able to show you that level of chatoyancy on screen. Once again, our studio lights often hinder us, but because the quality of the gemstone is so high, we're able to not only see it, but imagine how much more of an impact that's going to make when you see it in the flesh outside of this studio lighting setup. And when you see these in daylight, they're really going to come to life, aren't they? Now, the other consideration for a lot of jewellery makers is the idea of a gemstone that gives them options, that offers them design scope. So you want something that will, I suppose, lend itself to multiple disciplines, perhaps. Once again, this particular strand of Golden Tiger's Eye offers you that. These are probably large enough to be used as pendants within your designs, and certainly a little bit of movement wouldn't go amiss with these Tiger's Eyes. Be able to really get the benefit from the chatoyancy. You can see that. So if you set it in a certain way, you'll be able to make the most of that sort of chestnut brown from one angle, and then as the light hits it, you'll get that swirl of golden play there. Absolutely spectacular. Also, I would say that because you have actually got a flat edge on the back, it is slightly raised on the outer extremity of the gemstone, but there is a flat edge there. Why not soutache them? You could use them as a cabochon. Or rely on the elongation wirework ring designs. You could actually prong set them. You only need 3 prong settings because, of course, they do taper at this edge. So 1 prong there and 2 claws at the back. That would look rather fantastic as well. Now, while we're talking about design scope, the beauty of working with Golden Tiger's Eye, of course, is not only does it suit the sort of earthy colour tones that a lot of designers rely on, particularly as we move into the autumn stage, but a lot of masculine designs I see feature Tiger's Eye because it is probably in keeping with sort of masculine attire, isn't it, as well? And what's that? Sorry, Sam?
Sorry, the one that you were showing looked like a silhouette on a sunset.
Oh, it looked like the silhouette of a sunset, the one that I was showing, did it? See, straight away, this gemstone promoting imagery inside our jewellery makers' minds. Don't think it's quite the same one, is it? Well, they're all displaying the chatoyancy tenfold, aren't they? So you've got the variations here, you've got the variety. They suit a lot of different disciplines. They suit masculine designs as well as feminine designs, and actually you've got a very distinctive shape here. You've got the top drilled drop, so perfect for use as leaves or wings, as we discussed, or petals, of course. And of course, as I say, we are moving into that autumnal period, and so I think people are going to start to be drawn towards these 4 colour tones, these earthy shades. I mean, the other thing is, it works so well with other disciplines as well, because I know that Debbie Bulford uses a lot of Golden Tiger's Eye in her polymer designs because she's drawn to those autumnal colours. So it's definitely a winner here. It's ticking every box. On top of that, some of the highest quality, if not the highest quality, Tiger's Eye we've ever had. And of course, a superstar buy launch price. Oh, now the graphics seem to have dropped off the screen there. Oh, my apologies. I was supposed to tell him when to bring the graphics on. I just see so many people coming through on the phone lines that I was worried that we hadn't given everybody a fair opportunity. Don't panic. If you came through early on the phone lines, then congratulations, you've put yourself to the front of the queue. Of course, when you're sourcing Tiger's Eye of this quality, it is going to be limited edition. There might not be enough to go around. I hope there is. And we do have, let me have a look, hold on. These are my preparation notes. Okay, so we started with just over 100. But everybody's multi-buying, so I'd say that around about 50 strands have already been allocated. Okay, well, I'm guessing that everybody on the website can already see your exclusive launch price, is that correct? Let's give all of our phone buyers that same privilege. $6.95 is our exclusive superstar buy price this evening, not to be missed, of course. Wow, no wonder so many people are getting involved with this. $6.95. I mean, you could argue that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 golden Tiger's Eye cabochons. That's the way you could look at it. For $6.95. That is the way Sam's looking at it, she just said. Incredible, right?
That's mental. It's like his button's stuck tonight. It's just mental.
Sam's not impressed with you, Liam. She can't believe the price point you've gone to. There's not going to be any left for her now. They're going to sell out at that price point. Do you want me to do a little rain dance for you, sir?
I'll do the dance.
I think you're just like me looking stupid. Could that be the case? They've all got their hands up. Yeah, that's me. I should explain, if we've got any new buyers coming through and they're thinking, not only is this guy taking 300 carats of golden Tiger's Eye to $6.95, he's also dancing like Dick Van Dyke. What's wrong with him? Has he lost his marbles? That's Sam's buying signal. Her mum's also a jewellery maker. She watches the show. So if Sam sees something she likes the look of, I have to do that dance, and Sam's mum starts dialing up to get involved.
It's very subtle.
Yeah, it's subtle. We know it's not a big deal. It's about as subtle as a sledgehammer. Story of my life. The other good thing I've just noticed about this is the variations that you've got, because I was thinking you've got amazing chatoyancy, but the chatoyancy takes effect at different aspects on different gemstones. So actually, if we go back to that shot, you can see there that, for example, you can see the golden tones there, chatoyancy. Look at that, chestnut brown. As I lean this gemstone forward, that one becomes bright gold. You thought that was just a muted one, but actually it's just that the chatoyancy is taking effect from a completely different angle. So there you go, the golden tones coming out. Love the colour saturation as well, because it is a very earthy golden tone, isn't it? I actually think that this could end up being a sellout strand this evening, probably due to the exclusive launch price and the fact that we've got so many people multi-buying. We've got anonymous buyers taking 2s and 3s. Rosemary's got 2. Kuldip, you've got 2. Carol, you've got 2. Margaret, you've got 2. Michelle, you've got 2. Lots of familiar names up there. Very long-standing jewellery maker customers who do understand the value of what we're able to offer you here at Jewellery Maker and have flown in on the free phone number to take advantage of this deal. So that is a bit of a glowing indictment in itself, I think. We've also got buyers from around the globe taking advantage of this deal. So again, that highlights the fact that we offer you the best value on the market. Welcome to our regular buyer in Kentucky, in the States. So thank you for joining us this evening. Is it this evening in Kentucky? What are they, about 5 or 6 hours? Probably the afternoon. Probably about the afternoon. About tea time or dinner time, sorry. Yes, if you are getting involved via our website, can I just advise that you do check out your baskets, because I think if everybody checked out their baskets, then we would only be left with very limited availability. It's nearly 4 p.m. in Kentucky. Sounds right, it's about the afternoon. Yeah, there you go then. What a fantastic way to spend your afternoon. You just got hold of this tiger's eye. You've still got the whole day left to create jewellery designs with. I like it. Don't forget to stay tuned at 9 p.m. for some designer inspiration, where we'll be taking you through certain designs put together by our expert designers. And not only that, but coming up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, a very special show, because it's the big dog and luscious Linda, partners in crime for another Sunday morning show. We will be joined by the, what's it called again? Sunday Experience. Okay, I always forget because it's had different names and I came up with them all, so they're all in my head. And actually, it's a special day because I'm going to be doing half the mid show and Jenny's going to be doing half the mid show. So we're doing a bit of a longer stint tomorrow, an extra helping of Ed and Jenny. You can't go wrong. If you want to take advantage of the Superstar Buy, it is still available at $6.95. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Thanks, Sam. You've been inspirational as ever. Thanks, Liam. Your prices are amazing. Thank you, Bruce, because you've been putting my handsome face on screen. So you've all done your jobs very well. Not that you were looking for an appraisal from me, but thank you for putting the show together. And just enough time for me to thank you for joining us this evening. I hope you've got yourself a bargain. Thank you and good night.
Hello, jewellery makers, and welcome to Designer